the meeting by welcoming all of you.
Recording in progress.
And also highlight this thing of GBV, especially against children. Now, what is strange is that women are killing their children, and which is something that is not really kind and also accepted. Mhlawumbi, let's ask God to come by himself now and not send anyone. Yes, we appreciate because he gave up his blood for us to be saved and to be relieved in these issues that are very hectic. Knowing exactly that we have to think wisely and give service to people, because when you look at the world, there are strikes, this and that. They are banning buses in Western Cape. You don't know exactly what is it that is taking place. But let's soldier on, Tina. We can't give up. Forward ever, backward never. I wish to welcome you, all of you, by those words of saying, let's soldier on. Tina singobatha abantu, and people have voted for us with confidence. So we can't give up. We must fight as much as we can and try to be there with the people in their crisis and their tragedies. In Eastern Cape, every now and again, every day there is this that has happened. Now, what is really making me not to be happy is this one of the kids being killed by their fathers, being killed by their mothers. I wish to welcome everyone in a meeting and hope this meeting will be successful, and also people will try to deliberate as much as they can. The meeting is officially opened. Thank you very much, Lindy. Can you please, Lindy, flight the agenda?
Okay, Chair. Morning, Chair. Yes, today's agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindy. We are able to see the agenda. Item 1 has been done. Then let's go to item 2, Lindy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson, and members and departmental officials and stakeholders in our midst. Chair, today is the 23rd of November, 2022, and I would want to confirm the following members who are present in this meeting. We have you, Member Mvana, we have Member Manganye, we have Member Abrahams, we have Member Masango, we have Member Aris, we have Member Mfikwe, we have Member Mare, we have Member Stock, we have Member Fana Merve. Member Pilankulu is struggling to log in. He's going to be in and out of this meeting. So, Chair, I wish to confirm that we are a quorum and we can take decision in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lindy. Let's also welcome back Honorable Mfiko after her bereavement. We understand, Honorable Mfiko, you still have that feeling, but we are happy that you managed to be very strong and overcome all what has happened to you. God has a purpose and has a reason for doing some of other things that we sometimes don't understand. Yeah, keep on being strong, Honorable Matsitiso Mfiko. You are welcome back to the meeting and also to the portfolio committee. Well, let's hope for Honorable Kate Bilangolo, which we also welcome him back, her back, that he she is also going to join the meeting whilst the gadgets are fine. We sympathize with her. Out of that, we really don't know. Maybe she must also use her phone to call the IT specialist. They might assist. Because at times these things happen and you don't know where to press and where to do, because we were born before technology. We sincere apologize to her. Honorable members, Lindy, let's also follow with the apologies and then we can give over to LinkedIn.
Thank you very much, Chair. Also to mention that Member Opperman just joined the meeting. She's also present. Chair, I've received an apology from the Minister who won't be with us today. She's attending a meeting, cabinet meeting, so she doesn't have time. She's a critical agenda, so she won't be able to attend the meeting today. That's all, Chair, from my side.
Thank you, Lindy. Is honorable, in fact, let's give over to LinkedIn.
Sorry, Chair. Okay, sorry, Chair. Also, Member Sukers just joined now while we're speaking, just to note her attendance. Thank you very much, Chair.
That means we are cooperating. Thank you very much, Lindy. LinkedIn, acting.
Honorable
DJ?
Chair,
Yes.
very good morning to you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members. Thank you. I wish to confirm that the department is here in attendance and will indeed respond to the matters on the table. I just also wish to indicate that we have invited the Registrar of the Social Service Professions to also join us in the meeting, Ms. Langi, and she's also with us as part of the department's delegation to this meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, AG. Acting DG. Then if it is the case, seemingly we correct from the side of honorable members and also from the side of officials. Then let's go to the next item, which is the adoption of the agenda. Can I say who adopts the agenda as it is? Honorable Sukers.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to my colleagues and everyone on the platform. I adopt the agenda, Chair. Raise my hand to adopt the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sukers. The agenda has been adopted. Any seconder? Honorable Bridget Masango.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues in the department. I would like to second the adoption of the agenda as presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masango. The agenda has been adopted by Honorable Sukers and be seconded by Honorable Masango. Can we then continue, Lindy? The next item. What is the next item? Briefing.
Chair, today's agenda stands as follows. We will receive a briefing from Solidariteit, and then thereafter the department will respond to the report. So the first presenter would be from the Solidariteit Chair. We've got Helga and Bianca Smith, who are representing the Solidariteit with us, Chair.
Okay, thank
Maybe
you
they'll
very much.
introduce themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, they will introduce themselves when they are presenting. Solidariteit. I was saying solidarity. It's nice to see these words, these terms being written. Thank you very much. Lindy, now can we give over straight to the Solidariteit whoever is Helga or whoever is anyone, they will introduce themselves. The platform is yours.
Okay, Chair. Sorry, Bianca, I've made you a co-host to present, or Helga. Also, Chairperson, Member Tlongo just joined the meeting as well.
Thank you for informing us about that. Bianco or Helga, the platform is yours. You are welcome in the meeting. Just further introduce yourselves.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And thank you so much for, just for this opportunity, and just welcome and good day to all of the members here. We will be three presenters today. So it will be me, myself, and one of our senior research consultants. She will be presenting just the research part. So we all three are here on different expertise. So thank you so much. I also just want to give a bit of background to Solidarity Social Workers Network. Solidarity Social Workers Network, previously referred to as Solidarity Social Workers Guild, is specifically there to support our members within their occupation, to be a watchdog for the occupation, to empower them through CPD learning. So we have a lot of functions that we do within the social working environment within our members. And we truly just want, our goal is exactly that, to be empowering to the professional bodies out there as well as our social workers. So this is not to replace the existing professional bodies that already exist. So I would just like to make that also just clear before we start. So I'm going to share my screen now. Sorry, I just quickly want to find it here. I see my, I can't share the screen now. If you can just make sure it says I have been disabled to screen share.
Yeah, co-host, ma'am.
Okay, because I see it does not want me to share. Let me just quickly check again. Oh, here it goes now. Thank you so much.
Sure.
So I'm going to start, like I said, I already gave the introduction as to why Solidarity is here today, or how we form into this environment. I want to also just give some context about the situation. And basically, I went on DSD's website and I found this amazing vision. And this is exactly what everybody's heart in South Africa is to have there's a place where we will ensure equity and freedom from discrimination and harassment in the workplace and in the service provided by our department. We will work in partnership with the people we serve and with other stakeholders. We will use the resources entrusted to us to deliver on the government's priorities in the most efficient, effective, and innovative ways. This is definitely amazing, and this is where Solidarity's heart lies as well. And this is why we are here today, because currently the picture we are receiving is far from the truth, it's far from this vision statement. So basically, we have received complaints in the past from against DSD, but it was never on this scale. It was never on the scale where we received it from all corners, from schools, from family advocates, from social workers, from biological parents, from foster parents. The complaints were quite more extreme this year. And that is why Solidarity decided to take this and to advocate for them, because a lot of them felt threatened when they took this to the department. A lot of them felt threatened and said, and they were even threatened. Some of them were threatened. They will lose their children. They will lose their subsidies. And I would also just like to say, this is not a reflection on all DSD employees. And we have had contact with a lot of amazing DSD employees. So this is not a reflection on every employee in DSD. And that's why Solidarity asked for an independent general audit to be done, and not individuals or individual cases to be looked at, but rather just to look at to do an audit on that. So if we would like to know also why we came to Parliament, we did try and sort this out directly with DSD. This is our road to Parliament. On the 28th of March, after receiving quite a few complaints, we did send our first letter to DSD regarding a request to talk about the complaints we have received. We also followed up that letter in April, as you can see, but I'm not going to go through everything. We later then only went on to Parliament after conducting research to confirm that the complaints we received were in line with what the overall feeling was, maybe from people that are not our members. So, but Nicolene will definitely be explaining that to you. Then also, the complaints we did receive was basically mostly around lack of service delivery, court proceeding attendance, in some cases, even unethical behavior or unprofessional behavior in court cases where random statements would be made, unethical statements will be made. We also had a lot of complaints regarding reunification, where children was being put back in situations where that was not sufficient. We also had a lot of complaints regarding subsidies not being paid or being paid late. A lot of NGOs and NPOs has been closed recently regarding that specific situation, and also ethical practice and not acting in the best interest of the child was some of the main complaints that Solidarity has received in the past few months. And that's the reason why we had to take this to Parliament. We have been experiencing difficulty in the past reaching DSD ourselves. We're only talking today about one specific matter, and this is regarding our research and the complaints we received this year. But even in the past, we have commented on a lot of legislation and seldom get response. Even now, with the call for new business proposals, we have not received response when we asked for help regarding some unclarity that the people were experiencing. So it is for us concerning if we do not reach our department and they do not answer to us. So that's where the lack of service delivery comes in, because we want to work together. We want to build an South Africa where we look after our most vulnerable people together. So it is my honor today to introduce to you my colleague. Her name is Nicolene Veldhagen. She is a senior researcher with the Solidarity Research Institute, and she was the one basically doing all of the hard work behind this research, and she will come now. I'm going to let her just talk on mic just for time, so she's just going to take over from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give over.
Yes. Good morning, Chair. Thank you.
Bianca. Good morning, Bianca.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Thank you, Bianca. Yes, I'm going to go through our research that we did during April and May this year, where we decided to send out an electronic questionnaire through our communicational channels of our network, but also through Facebook and through other channels to open sources so that everybody can have a chance or can take part in this survey. I want to delve a little bit into the methodology of this research. We had a response rate of 147 social workers who completed this questionnaire, but it was a mixed methodology where we had closed questions on a scale, but also qualitatively. The qualitative research was basically the main aim of this questionnaire. And during qualitative analysis, what we do is we ask the respondents to write their own stories. And from that stories, I analyze the results, I codify the results, and we get to certain themes. So with a qualitative study like this nature, we describe it as an investigative study or an explorative study, and where we want to unearth or where we want to get to certain themes and certain aspects and issues of the research. The research was not meant to be representative of all social workers in South Africa. It's also not meant to be generalized to all social workers or the whole population of social workers. The aim of the study is mainly to unearth some issues that social workers face within their professions, and also to determine whether they receive sufficient support from the DST. Okay, firstly, I'm just want to go into a little bit of the biographical and demographical detail. Most of our respondents were older than 60% were older than 46 years. Almost all of them, 92% were women. 48% from Gauteng, 14% from the Free State, 6% from the Western Cape. Most of our respondents, 43%, are working in the child care environment, 17% in the school environment. Just 42% work at the NGOs, while 21% are in private practice, 14% in the public sector. All right, the main finding, and I think the backbone of what we found in the study was, let me just go to the graph here. Bianca, just click material. Sorry, yeah. Okay, I'll show you this graph, and I think this is the backbone of the study, where we found that 80%, more than 80% of the respondents believe that the Department of Social Development does not have their best interests at heart. So this is actually a shocking statistic, and when we actually delve deeper into this, to unearth the problems that we have with the Department of Social Work, we got to a few themes. And the themes I'm going to discuss is an aggregation of comments that pertain to little or no cooperation or support, poor service delivery, and a poor relationship with social workers from the side of the department. Social workers feel that they do not receive support and are not adequately empowered to do their job. They feel as if the department does not care, and they are sometimes perceived to be unfriendly and unhelpful. They also feel that there are little consultations with social workers in the field, and their insight and opinion doesn't count much. I want to read to you just a few of the comments that a social workers made with, in terms of this. Cooperation with social workers of DSD is very poor, said one respondent. Another one said, feeling the department is working against us and not with us. We are not being supported to help children. Also, the department wants to impose one-sided views and policies on everyone. They are sometimes perceived as bossy, arrogant, and it is many of the social workers feel that they have their own interest at heart. One of the respondents said, the DSD is interested only in driving their own interest. They do not have insight or in respect to the quality of service delivery. It's only about quantity. We are not being heard, and their point of view and policies are enforced on us. They only pursue their own targets and internal processes without necessarily listening to service delivery organizations. All right, so the next point under this theme was also concerns about poor quality of work and unprofessional work ethic. And this mainly pertained to administrative questions and administration that is disorganized. And sometimes some of the social workers also said that there's a lack of knowledge and they have a perception that their work ethics are poor. What some of the respondents said, I'm going to read to you, their services and professionality are extremely poor. They do not act in the interest of protecting children. The reaction time for serious cases is very long, sometimes taking weeks, or they simply pay no attention to referrals, or referrals get lost. They make me feel ashamed of my profession. Another one said, reports that required a lot of expertise and time to complete get lost. The general administration and method of work are unorganized. We wait for months for instructions that should come from them. All right, the next theme pertains to communication from the department that is very poor. And in terms of reports that are often lost and documents that are not signed, referrals that are ignored. Some of the social workers said that I don't follow up. Another issue is also the fact that that are never there. It sometimes feels to social workers, or I think also Bianca mentioned that emails and phone calls are not answered, and the department's employees do not show up for meetings or court cases. Some of the respondents said social workers of the department never are in their offices or available. They never are on time for network meetings or do not turn up. You simply never get hold of them. And then some of the other issues that came up, and the next theme is then subsidies and salaries, where some of the respondents said that subsidies are not paid in time and are insufficient, and there are no increases and not enough to fulfill the needs to care for needy people. Social workers' salaries are also poor compared to other professions and civil servants in general. In this graph, we asked one of the questions also pertaining to the opinion what the most important challenges of social workers is that they face in their profession. And most of them, 61%, 2/3 of the social workers in this study said that the Department of Social Development is one of their most important challenges. And then again, the question about administration came up, and they said that there's too much expected in terms of administrative statistics, reports, and that the demands are sometimes described as unrealistic. Requirements are made without consultation or communication. Then the question of finances and donations, where more than half of the respondents said that finances and donations is challenging. Also affordable training and CPD points. Paperwork again, subsidies, capacity. Many of the respondents said that there's not enough social workers to do the job. Also not enough volunteers. Then cases of or responses about questionable work ethic are also got to some themes, and one of the most important themes here of work ethics or questionable work ethics was around the placement of children, and where our respondents said that children are placed back into unsuitable circumstances, mainly due to the fact that home visits are often not done, and no attention is paid to the domestic circumstances in which children are placed or where they are sent for school holidays. Also, that the placement process takes too long. Sometimes children who are in danger cannot be safeguarded in time. There are also a shortage of alternative places of safety for children. Cases are not finalized or follow up. Urgent referrals are sometimes ignored. Cases take too long, and there is no follow-up. Sometimes case files are forwarded from one person to another and never get dealt with or finalized. Some of the respondents also said that some of the members of the department are incapable and incompetent, and clients suffer because of their inadequate performance. And as we also read previously, some of the decisions seem like they have political agendas in terms of some people in organizations that get preferential treatments and others get limited time or limited resources. The essential resources for social workers, it was an interesting question or facts that I just gathered out of all the responses and out of the questions I asked. The essential resources that social workers need, obviously, is the finances firstly, and then general resources and infrastructure. Many of the respondents said that they don't have adequate office equipment, cars, computers, just a lack of general resources that they need to do their work properly. There's also a lack of alternative places of safety to better protect children, especially children with special needs, and also places of safety for emergency cases. They also need systems that function, like network systems in terms of referrals, connection with other support delivery systems, or cooperation with partners in the field. Also support from the department, that is a very essential resource for social workers, training, and then human resources. There's not enough social workers to do the job properly. What the department can change then is efficiency, especially in terms of administrative efficiency, their work ethic, better service delivery, better communication with social work, and a better attitude or disposition so that the social workers feel that they are cared for and not feel that the department are working against them rather than with them. And definitely skilled workers who understand and care. Then in summary, I just want to say that it is very difficult for social workers work in difficult circumstances with emergencies on a daily basis. And they're suffering from burnout, and the fact that they feel that they don't receive any support or backup from the department makes this situation for them worse. And I think it is very important that there is that the department take heed of this issues that we described here to better support the social workers in the field. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, thank you. So I'm just quickly gonna just fill on, and then we're gonna give Haugar to make the closing arguments. Like I said, we're all here on specific specialities. I specifically work a lot with the social workers in their occupations. So I am the one mostly on the floor, speaking with them, experiencing the trouble they are experiencing and the frustrations they are experiencing. So I'm not going to take too long on the case studies. I just wanted to you know, we all know the Children's Act, and especially everybody sitting on this committee is very aware of the Children's Act. And I'm specifically just going to say about the protection from maltreatment, neglect, abuse, and degradation. And a child's best interests are of paramount. And I think that's everybody sitting here's heart, is that the child needs to be looked after, the child needs to be cared for, and that the social workers employed to look after them and the department give each other the support to do their jobs to their full capacity. And I'm not going to say the children's name because, like I said at the beginning, we are not here to look at individual cases or have individual cases being looked after. And also, like I stated, there is a lot of things the department do very well, and there is a lot of excellent social workers within DSD. So I just would like to clarify that. But the big thing is, this is still children. These are still peoples. It's real people with real stories, with real problems, with real situations. And I'm not going to say their names today, but I'm just going to take you quickly through it, because this is exactly what our research showed. This is exactly the type of complaints we received. And I'm going to take you to the story of James. James was removed from his biological mother by the police together with his two older brothers when he was 3 years old due to severe neglect. They had horrible circumstances they lived in. They were neglected. They had physical, mental, and social well-being. It was really a sad story, like most of the situations when it lands on the department or a social worker's table. So these boys were placed in a place of safety, and the two older boys were later placed with their biological father, but James did not have the same father and was placed again with his biological mother. During this time, he again had to be removed, again due to the same circumstances that he was placed there, removed in the first place. So he was again removed and again placed in a house of safety and later moved to a house for boys. During this time, he went several assessments, and it was clear that he could not have contact with his biological mother. The trauma that he experienced towards her, it just wasn't in his best interest. He was having aggressive outbursts. He would wet his bed. He just could not deal with her. And the recommendations was that he should not have contact with his biological mother. After 2 years, he went into foster care, and he undergone a lot of assessment and therapies during this time. He even, like I said, he had problems with aggression, with acting out, even if he just heard her name, his biological mother's name. And later on, they have granted a court order for an 18-year foster care and placement, a court order for that. After 6 years in the system, the foster mother then applied for adoption, and that is where everything just went south. After applying for adoption, DSD's involvement started, and a DSD social worker did a psychosocial report and recommended that James rather be placed in a CYCC than rather stay with his foster mother. This was a bit confusing for me because he was in a safe place. He was receiving love. She was looking good after him and trying everything from her side as DSD requested. After less than 2 weeks after the DSD's report that he should be placed with a CYCC, the same social worker gave in a second psychosocial report and contradicted her first findings. Thereafter, she said it's better for him to stay within foster care within 2 weeks with no explanation as to why she changed her opinion. 2 clinical psychologists said that the court with psychological reports saying that this biological mother will never have the capability to take care of James. She does not have the mental, she does not possess the skills to create structure, care for him, and she even has aggressive outbursts because she is in and out of mental institutions. She also is not married, and she had no alternative people who would be able to assist her. This case is still going on. This case is still DSD trying to get reunification to be done rather than to give this child an opportunity. This mother is not capable to look after her son. This has been going on for 7 years. And the foster parent has even been said that if she continues to fight them, they will rather put the child back in a CYCC than leave the child with her. This is real children.
Helga,
this is trauma. Yes.
Hello, Helga, excuse
Yes.
me. Your
Yes,
slides are not moving.
Yes, I'm just talking about every child individually. I'm not putting everything on the screen that I'm talking now. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So this is what I want to say. We are working with real children. It is a James that have been in the system for very long, that has trauma from the experiences he had, that is in a loving house now. We need to look after these children. If reports says that a child is not being able to that reunification is not an option, we need to start listening. This child even says he's now 10 years old. Where is my voice? Why is nobody listening to me? So this is the things that we wanted to say, is that we need to be there to help each other. The story of Miguel is a different story again. Miguel the mother had 2 children. The one was removed by force. When she fell pregnant again, she did everything right. She basically went to the place of safety where her other son was kept. She asked them for assistance. They referred her to the social worker. They had a foster family, the same foster family that her current son is with, because she is a drug addict and she has a lot of addiction problems. The children need specific needs. So this biological mother did everything right. She wanted her son to have a future. And the foster mother, or the mother that would become the foster mother, even assisted her, because this was the mother's request for the 2 boys to grow up. And because this foster family was open for giving grandparents, everybody had the opportunity to talk to the children, to have a relationship with the children. So there was a lot of things that was happening there, but this mother did everything right. And all of a sudden, the foster parent and the lady from the place of safety were no longer allowed at the hospital. DSD said, you had no right here, you have no right to come in here, you have no right to this child. And all of a sudden, the mother went to a mental institute, and this baby was kept in a nurse's station for 2 weeks before he was placed out, because there were no longer beds in the pediatric department. Why keep a child for 2 weeks in a nurse's station when a place of safety already has a bed available. And they placed him in a different place of safety, and it has been months and he is still in that same place of safety. Even when the biological mother's request is not being followed through, we're not acting in the best interest of the child, and we are not assisting this family like we should. And this is our hearts, and I believe this is DSD's heart as well. That's why we say there's just a few things that just that's not working correctly. The same with baby Jaden. Baby Jaden was left. His mother went and left him with a place of safety, and she just disappeared. She disconnected her phone. She just never came. He had an opportunity to be fostered, but all of the processes took so long. The foster family moved on. He was about 6 months old. Again, about 6 months later, this happened again. And again, the foster family went on because none of the documentation was being finalized. Everything was taking longer than it should. And when he was about 18 months old, he was still in the place of safety. Now, we all know this is not how a place of safety should work. He was still in a place of safety. And after a lot of disputes that this place of safety had with DSD, they were forced to close down and the children were replaced by DSD. But the point I would like to make is that we don't know where baby Jaden is now. We don't know what happened to baby Jaden. But the thing is that we do know is he had 3 opportunities where the mother did not want him. They placed ads, they asked for family, they couldn't find him. They couldn't find the mother, they couldn't find any family. He had an opportunity to be fostered, and even that did not happen. And we have an obligation to look after our children when it comes to acting in their best interest. So I just wanted to take you guys again back to the statement we made in the beginning. I will now be giving over to Halgard. He will be doing the closing arguments from Solidarity. He is our Deputy General Secretary for the public sector within Solidarity. But when we look at this statement, the people we serve come first in performing our duties. We will work in partnership with the people we serve and other stakeholders. I do hope after today, this is something that we and the department would be able to do together. So I'm going to ask Halgard, just for the sake to not share constantly share the presentation, he will be then proceeding on my account then. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, for the opportunity. As Bianca said, I will be representing from a laptop just to make the process easier. I am responsible to take you through our closing remarks and our conclusion. And we just want to take you back to what we've requested and what the purpose of this whole process is, and that is that we view these complaints as serious, and they are of a serious nature, and they have a negative impact on the department's mandate to act in the best interest of children. We were therefore instructed by our members to request an independent general audit of the following matters within the Department of Social Development. All the matters already discussed, the lack of service delivery, placement of children and reunifications, the court appearance, records of the officials working for the department, the payment of grants, the turnaround times in dealing with matters reported to the department, and the turnaround time in resolving cases reported to the department. We feel that it's important that we refer back to these things as this is what the purpose of today's discussion and our presentation is, and which we would like to take further with the department. In our closing remarks, however, we want to refer you to a recent court case that was adjudged in the High Court between the CMR North versus the Department of Social Development. One can ask why this is relevant. I think it's important to discuss this as it also supports certain elements that came out within our research, and it is something that Solidarity wasn't involved in, which means it's an impartial verdict, but it shows to a lot of the facts and supports a lot of the facts and findings within our research. Just some background on this specific case. The DSD decided to withdraw the CMR North's status as a child protection organization In terms of the Children's Act, this decision is what was challenged by the CMR in the High Court. It was challenged at the hands of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act. And we refer to this case because of the fact that a punitive cost order was awarded against the department, which is something that doesn't happen that regularly. It's not common. And we feel, therefore, that it supports our proposal that there needs to be an investigation into certain issues within the department, or an audit at least. I took certain parts out of the court case. I'm not going to read all of them. It is available to all the members of the committee to read through during their own time. I do want to put some light on certain of the pieces, especially the later ones, and I'm quickly going to read through them as the judge made very important observations that I think needs to be considered by the committee, and that should be discussed at some point, to find a way forward and to improve the service delivery of the department. So I'm first going to read paragraph 30.5. The DSD opportunistically sought to prefer a deliberately self-serving and selective misinterpretation of the CMR North's letter of 29 March 2022 to provide it with a basis upon which it could withdraw the CPO designation without having to properly discharge its obligation to investigate the allegations and not simply record and accept them uncritically as it did. I'm going to skip the last one. I'm going to go over to some of the next ones. They also took into consideration evidence without giving the CMR opportunity to respond to those. In paragraph 32, it is referred, the judge refers to that, the emails from third parties and the unsubstantiated allegations contained in them were clearly considered by the DSD. Regard need only be had to the fact that such emails were included in the record relating to the making of the decision. However, it is unclear having regard to the specific terms in which the withdrawal of the designation was couched, whether these played any role in the making of the decision. Furthermore, these were received after the meeting of 13 April 2022 and the letter of 6 May 2022, both of which evidence a clear intention on the part of the DSD to withdraw the CPO designation. I am not persuaded that the decision was made because of the unwarranted dictates of another person or body, as provided for in section 6.2 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, and so this ground of review fails. The judge then goes further and basically just explains why or how he got to the conclusion that the punitive cost order is justified. And he basically says that the department on purpose misinterpreted certain statements that were made in a letter from the South African Police Service and misrepresented those towards the CMR. I'm just going to read a part in the last part of paragraph 34. For the reasons set out above, I am driven to the conclusion that the DSD acted with an ulterior purpose as provided for in section 6.2E Roman 2 and in both bad faith as provided for in section 6.2 Roman 5 and arbitrarily or capriciously as provided for in section 6.2 Roman 6 of Paja. When the argument in the matter had concluded, I indicated to the parties that whatever the decision would be, it was incumbent upon the parties to ensure that the serious allegations that had been made were fully and properly investigated. I invited the parties to furnish me with proposals regarding how this could be undertaken in an effective and timeless fashion given their circumstances and resources. I received from the CMR North a comprehensive and well thought out proposal. Unfortunately, the DSD refused to make any proposal. I subsequently requested a meeting with the parties' representatives to obtain clarity on the DSD's refusal and was informed that they did not intend to make any proposal, but that they would be referring to the matter to the South African Human Rights Commission. It is perhaps a posset that the matter be so referred so that besides the complaints made against the CMR North, the conduct of the DSD and any other relevant parties may also be investigated. So from the above, it is clear that the DSD had a predetermined agenda or ulterior purpose, as the court put it. They did not properly investigate the allegations. They were dishonest and misleading, and the DSD failed in most of its primary responsibilities. The court of law decided that the DSD's actions justified punishing them with a punitive cost order. This order supports many of the findings in Solidarity's research report, and it further highlights the need for urgent intervention at the DSD, and it also supports Solidarity's request for proper investigation and audit within the DSD to look into these allegations and findings from our research. I just want to highlight that what I read now is not something that's coming from Solidarity. It came directly from a High Court decision and other words of a judge, a High Court judge, but it supports the findings from our research. So within that, I would like to conclude and then give the opportunity for any questions. Thank you, Bianca. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much. We will be answering the questions from our separate laptops. So if you would like to address somebody specifically regarding a question.
Thank you very much, Bianca. Can we get into the report, honorable members, so that we can be able to relieve them and excuse them?
Honorable Chair, can I stop sharing?
Who's talking now? Kizela? You must mute. I don't know whether it's you, but if it's not you, I really apologize. Can I note the hands? I see the hand of Letitia Aris, Honorable Letitia, and then followed by Honorable Lizelle van der Merwe. Can we give over?
Excuse me, Chairperson, it's Alex here quickly. Can I just ask a question, please, in terms of process? Should we not hear the DSD's response and then go for questions? Just a suggestion, Chair. Thank you.
Lindy?
Chair, yes, this is how the agenda look like. Is for the Solidariteit to present their case and the department to respond. Thereafter, we can have deliberations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Alex and also Lindy. Then let's follow that procedure because we have adopted that agenda as it is. We never amended it. Thanks. Over to you, DSD.
Who must I put as a co-host, colleagues from DSD? Or Seville? Who must I make a co-host?
Please ask us.
No, automatic co-host. So
put the presentation up.
Take it for a second.
Well, thanks, Chair, and thank you very much for the opportunity to provide a brief response to the presentation. Let me start by indicating that we have indeed received and noted the report as presented by Solidarity, which of course is a trade union movement. You know, the report as presented indeed provides a series of concerns brought by its members about the Department of Social Development. I would have loved an opportunity if we would have also extended the invite to the Provincial Department of Social Development. But that said, I have asked a team who is currently meeting in the Western Cape, which are responsible for welfare services in DSD nationwide, to also be part of this meeting so that they could listen in on the inputs that have been provided in terms of the reports, because essentially the report touches on the DSD in its entirety, and largely our services are rendered, of course, as you would know, at a provincial level. And so I've asked that a cohort of DDGs who are responsible and chief directors who are responsible for welfare services to also join in the meeting. And I may, Honorable Chair, ask them at the latter part of the presentation to make any inputs, perhaps, excuse me, in response to questions when those arise, so that we are able to take it forward. Let me start by saying, Chair, that as we move to the presentation, I think we can go to the next slide. I will just put a few points quickly, and then we'll get into some of the detail in terms of the issues raised. And thank you very much for this presentation. I would have loved a situation where we would have had a sit-down conversation with Solidarity. Unfortunately, that situation did not present itself, and I would actually want to get some correspondence from Solidarity insofar as the correspondence that they have advised has been processed to the department. I'd love to see where the correspondence went to, who to, and what was the nature of response to that particular correspondence. Because as I stand right here, I have not, I don't have the recollection of that correspondence, and I'd like to reconcile with some of that input coming through. I would have loved the situation where we actually sat down and had a conversation with Solidarity around some of these issues, because I can tell you, Honorable Chair, that indeed
There's no sound, Chair.
LinkedIn, unmute yourself.
you know, guys.
You are muted. LinkedIn.
Chair, apologies, Chair, we seem to have been muted. My apologies for that. Now, as I was saying, let me just make an underlying statement. Firstly, I want to highlight that as a department, we have institutionalized evidence-based research and evidence generation generally through design, implementation, and various research and evaluation studies. We have an entire unit dedicated to this. And because we have also adopted the evidence-based policy-making approach, we therefore respect the evidence that is brought forward. And we also ensure that we expose our officials countrywide to monitoring and evaluation and research capability development. In fact, we've signed a range of MOUs with a number of higher institutions of higher learning, as well as the National School of Government, to ensure that we uphold standards, research standards that we ought to. And so we want to just say that we value and appreciate the research that is put forward. Our concern, though, is largely on the methodology part of the research, in that it seems to focus only on around 133 respondents when we have just over 30,000, I think it is, social service professions. And so the sample size seems to be quite limited in that end. You know, we also think that the focus on 3 provinces may not necessarily give you the overall view of what is actually on the ground in terms of some of the challenges that are faced. But as I said, we respect the findings of such research. We're just worried about the methodology insofar as general research methodology, I suppose, standards are concerned. And we would have loved to have a conversation, as I indicated, much more. We would have loved to see in the presentation a much more focus on some of the challenges that are faced on the ground by the majority of children, as it were, or the majority of social workers, because the presentation seems to be a bit silent on some of the realities that social workers face. Actually, social workers are also privy to, not privy, but rather are also prone to various aspects. Just a few weeks ago, last week, we had challenges in Gauteng and in KZN where social workers were either mugged or, faced with crime, hijacked, the vehicle stolen, the equipment stolen, etc. So we must be alive to some of these realities as well on the ground that befall our social workers. But I must state that as a department, there is no way that we would in any way be unhelpful, unfriendly, and not chart a way forward that is respectful and is providing a level of service to social workers. It may be that there are pockets of challenges that you would find, but as a general statement or as a general, as a standard that we uphold in the organization, ours is to certainly build a caring society with all our resources that we have, and really trying to address those issues. So we're mindful of some of the challenges that have been raised. There are certainly measures in place to address some of these challenges. And hence I said I would have loved for us to have had a conversation with Solidarity, and we'll talk to some of the measures which are enshrined in legislation, actually, that would enable us to resolve some of the challenges that may pop up that have been raised, at least through this presentation. I must also say, just the one part where we completely agree with the research, and I suppose some of the findings, is the aspect of there not being adequate social workers. And this is a matter that we've raised a number of times. Just this morning, I had a conversation with the National Treasury again on this matter, and this is something that is top of our agenda, to really try and find a way of recruiting more social workers into the fold, so that we're able to address some of the challenges that we face as a country, particularly the social ills. So I must just state that legislation, in terms of legislation, we have the Social Service Professions Act 110 of 78, which is currently under review, which seeks to regulate the social service professions and practice and holding the profession within the social sector accountable. And this legislation falls, of course, within the ambit of the Minister of Social Development. I think what we do is work very closely with the South African Council for Social Service Professions, and the registrar is represented in the meeting, and I will ask her to make a few comments at the latter part of this presentation. And so we work closely with the council to implement this legislation, as well as, importantly, to ensure that there are incidents that the incidents of professional misconduct are adequately dealt with, and there's accountability that is effected accordingly in that regard. Now, there are also systems in place in the department to ensure that the support of these professionals, as they deliver the services to the public, are adequately monitored, evaluated, and to ensure that we address the challenges that may arise within the context of the prescripts that has been provided. So what we would love to do is maybe let me ask Civil now to come in on the presentation. Then I will ask Langi to come in, and then I'm going to ask a few people. I'll ask Peter to come in on the challenge of social work, of non-payment of NPOs, and I will then also ask Kumbula to come in on the issue around salary scales. There was part of the presentation which seemed to suggest that social workers are paid less than other professions. It may not be the case, and we'll put some evidence to that. And then I will ask Advocate Ladla to also make a few comments, and then I will ask Isabella very quickly to round up. It's a short presentation, Chair, so it's about 6 slides, and then we'll wrap up in that regard. So Sybil, if you could quickly go, please don't take long, just stick to the core of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, the chairperson, and members of the Solidarity Research Institute. DG, I will immediately zoom into the purpose of the presentation. We are here to provide a DSD response and perspective to the findings from the report as shared by the Solidarity Institute, for consideration and for proposals noting in terms of support that is required to effectively manage and ensure the monitoring of the implementation of the Social Service Professions Act, number 110 of 1978. I am not going to deal with the issues that DG has covered. I take it that DG has covered the majority of the introductory issues. Just to indicate that the issue of the concerns raised by Solidarity came to the attention of the department a few months ago, starting with the parliamentary question number 436, which the department responded to in September 2022. And some of the key issues that emanate from the report that was shared by the Institute are around three key areas. They are anchored around the childcare and protection services and how DSD responds in terms of making sure that these services are effectively provided. The second key area is the one that is focusing on social service professionals, support to social workers in private practice. And the third one, of course, is linked to the NPO relations and matters of funding by the DSD. Now, in terms of the childcare and protection issues, what the department picked up from the report is that departmental officials regularly fail to attend court proceedings involving children, and that the department often acts in a manner that is clearly not in the best interest of the vulnerable children. In terms of social service professional support, there are issues that are linked to social workers in private practice who experience extreme difficulty when approaching social workers employed by the department, as well as departmental officials often not engaging in making unfounded allegations and conducting themselves unprofessionally towards professionals. The third issue around that is the issue of questionable ethical practices, which sometimes prevail. The issues linked to the NPO relations and funding are around subsidies to registered NPOs that are responsible for the rendering of services to children, which are constantly being paid late, as well as the related administrative processes not being applied consistently across the country, which then leads to severe delays in terms of the provision of services and subsidy payments. Now, what DG has already touched on succinctly are issues of limitations that, upon analysis of this report, the department picked up. And we would like to raise key issues that are linked to the Social Service Professions Act, which really guides the department in terms of the management of some of these issues. Now, just to indicate to members of the Portfolio Committee and members of the Solidarity Institute that the department is monitoring the implementation of the Act. And this Act, DG has already indicated, it falls squarely within the ambit of the Minister of Social Development, and it establishes the South African Council for Social Service Professions so that the council can then regulate and ensure accountability of all social service professions. And Section 3 of the said legislation, amongst others, mandates the council to maintain and enhance the prestige, the status, the integrity, and the dignity of the social work profession, but also to determine the standards of professional conduct of social workers and exercise effective control over the professional conduct of social workers. I take it that members are noting these key areas that are linked to Section 3 of the Act, because they are going to be central to the discussions that we are going to be engaging on post my presentation. The second critical section is Section 28(1), which also mandates the council to regulate social workers in private practice, where council must determine the registration and the conduct of a private practice by a social worker, as well as the professional practices of a social worker conducting private practice. DG has already indicated that we work quite closely with the council, and I will touch on some of the key issues as I move on with my presentation, which will then begin to outline how our relationship with the council is structured. Now, the department The department has noted a number of areas of limitations in terms of this report. We have noted that the responses that were received are only 133, and this is an extremely limited number of respondents for the Institute to be able to effectively generalize the findings to the departmental social workers, who are currently 12,378 across all provinces. And I need to indicate that of the 12,378 social work practitioners that we have, 9,922 are social workers, and 2,456 are social auxiliary workers who serve as their support base. Now, about half of the respondents, which makes a total of 48%, are said to be based in Gauteng province, which is only 13.6% of the social workers that indicated that they were working in the public service. Now, most of the social workers, constituting about 42.2%, were working from a non-governmental organization. In the private practice, we have 21.1% of practitioners that have responded. Now, we note that the report fails to provide details pertaining to the practices of social workers conducting private practice, who are forming part of the 21% that I've already indicated of the respondents of the total of 133. Now, it is necessary to note that any social worker who conducts private practice must meet the conditions and requirements for such registration as developed by the Professional Board for Social Work and approved by the Council. In order to determine the facts on regulation of private social work practice, as well as identifying the role played by government to support private social workers, the Minister has requested the Council to submit to the Department the requirements and conditions for registration of social workers who are in private practice as stipulated by Section 28(1)(f) of the Act, as well as the total number of social workers registered to conduct private practice. This will then enable the department to work very closely with each province to determine the nature of support that would be required by social workers in private practice. And I think the key areas that have been enlisted also requires us to really engage, and fully understand how these requirements actually can be acceded to by the Department of Social Development. We have noted the list that has been shared with us earlier. Now, in terms of unethical and unprofessional conduct, Section 21(1) provides that the Council may inquire into alleged unprofessional or improper conduct on the part of a social worker, which also is linked to the importance of making sure that as and when any member of the public or fellow professionals report any allegations of unprofessional or unethical conduct on the part of a social worker practicing in the public sector, or for that matter, in the NPO sector, or any other sector, or in private practice, such matters should be reported to the Council. The Council then embarks on an internal process of subjecting the reported matter through a number of processes, one being the preliminary committee that Council has to look at issues of unprofessional conduct, following which post that assessment, if there's need, the matter then gets subjected to the attention of the disciplinary hearing committee, and following which, if the social workers find themselves unhappy with the outcome of those decisions of those, the disciplinary hearing committee can then appeal to the Minister. There are proper systems in place that can be followed, and any matter, therefore, that gets reported to the Council deals with it in that particular way, and the systems are up and running. And in terms of the details relating to the acts of unprofessional and unethical conduct, the department has noted that we lack a number of details that can enable the department to begin to identify where specifically these acts are happening across all the provinces that are affected. We do not note any explanations in terms of the offices which were visited, where these social workers are actually practicing, which should then enable us to begin to come up with strategies, if need be, of making sure that we really look at the issues that are being tabled before us. Specifically realizing the number of social workers that we have currently on the database of council, who are almost 13,000, because these matters that are raised, the department views them in very serious light, and the actions must happen as soon as possible. Because even if it was just 2 cases, that is quite critical for the department to look at, specifically because this profession deals with human beings, and its intention is really to try and release people from situations of desperation. So even if that was the case, we need to really know where would the department start, but also for the department to be able to invest the resources at the right places, so that we then derive value for money in assisting these practitioners to be responsive. And we also need more detail so that the department is able to approach provinces to enable them to also identify those behaviors and promote compliance with the code of ethics, as well as the rules on the conduct and acts or omissions that constitute unprofessional or improper conduct by social workers, so that we can then work with the council to deal with these matters. And I need to also indicate that there are a lot of cases that come to the attention of the department, a lot of cases that come to the attention of the council, and there is a concerted way of working with these matters. And as I've already indicated, there are committees that have also been constituted by council to deal with these processes, and they are all fully functional. And as I finalize my presentation, you'll be able to note that there are deliberate efforts from the side of the department and from the side of the council to decisively deal with these matters. Now, lastly, I think what is critical also to indicate relating to unethical and unprofessional conduct is that the department, in terms of making sure that it provides support to the social work practitioners, it has over the years been rolling out a capacity building program across all provinces in terms of training around all key legislative frameworks, as well as policies and programs that have been developed and strategies that the department is coming up with, so that we keep social workers up to date, and they are also, in the know in terms of what is it that is happening around them, and they can then be able to utilize these legislative frameworks and policies to guide their day-to-day delivery of services, but also to promote their knowledge and application of the code of conduct and various rules developed to regulate the professional of social service professions. So in this regard, there is a unit that focuses specifically on focusing on the provision of support and capacity building to practitioners, specifically relating to issues of professional support, so that our practitioners also are in the know relating to these processes. Now, there is a project that the department has been running with, and it's going to be ending in 2026. And that project is earmarking all practitioners, not only social workers, but all practitioners, to make sure that they understand ethical and professional conduct, the importance thereof, so that as they deliver services, they are able to then deliver quality services. And we have recently, last week, we had another training session, which was targeting managers at national. And over the past months, we have been working with provinces in terms of training social work practitioners across provinces, as well as other practitioners, noting that there are new appointments from time to time, even if the numbers are low due to the budgetary cuts that we experience. Now, as I conclude on this presentation, we want to acknowledge the report that has been shared by Solidarity, and as I have already indicated, even if there were only 4 cases or 1 case, the department was still going to act. And we also would want to have further engagements with the Solidarity Institute to understand the specific issues and also to know the specific areas where these conducts have been noted, so that we can then enable the department to root out any obstacles that might impact on the effective delivery of professional quality services, but also to continue working with the council to address these matters. And I take it that members are aware that the minister also takes responsibility for the establishment of the council. And in July, the term of office of the 4th council came to an end, and the minister has already constituted the 5th council. The professional boards are also in place. We have 2 professional boards at the stage, one for social work and one for child and youth care work. Members would also note that we only have professional boards for those categories of practitioners who have already been professionalized, and we are at a very high level of finalizing the professionalization of the community development practitioners. Council is working very closely with the department to ensure that the professionalization process gets to finality. And to that effect, committees of council have also been established. And the 2 committees that I refer to, one being the preliminary committee on the assessment of unprofessional conduct, the second one being the disciplinary hearing committee, they are also in place. Now, once the processes of these 2 committees ensue and post the disciplinary hearing committee outcomes, practitioners can then appeal to the minister. I need to also indicate as I close this presentation that there is a heightened level of matters that have been reported to the council in terms of unprofessional conduct. And I'm saying heightened level, but we have around 6 cases that we are currently dealing with. And I must indicate at this stage that out of the 6 that are currently on our desk, we have 4 that are coming from social workers in private practice, and 2 are from social workers who are practicing within a government space. So we would like Solidarity to note that the department does acknowledge the report, and that the department is willing to engage in terms of understanding these specific issues and the related obstacles. But also for members and members of the Solidarity group to also note that the department will continue to work with the South African Council for Social Service Professions to capacitate the social service practitioners on the Social Service Professions Act to ensure that they uphold the high quality professional standards and provide quality services to the people of South Africa, despite the circumstances that the DG has already indicated that our social service practitioners function under. But also to say, it is important to note that the current budgetary cuts have not enabled the department to deploy social workers to the various areas of the sector where there is need. Realizing that we have had COVID as the first pandemic, we have also now had GBV as the second pandemic. Social ills are on the rise. Members would have noted that during the heightened levels of COVID, there were so many issues that were elevated. And I take it that that then begins to paint a picture within which our social workers are operating. And the emergency floods that we see also happening across the country, where they have to be deployed, although we are very thin in terms of the numbers of these practitioners, but they have to hit the ground running and ensure that they respond. And we therefore recommend that members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the Solidarity Research Institute, note the department's commitment to engage with the Solidarity Research Institute on the specifics of the report, with an intention to work together towards improving the quality service delivery, and also noting the fact that there is an acknowledgement from the side of Solidarity that it's not all practitioners that find themselves in the space. And I think that then begins to link the analysis that I've just provided, with the outcome of the report. DG, let me proceed there. Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much, Sybil. And I want to check with Ms. Langi. I'll actually just ask Langi, and then we'll end at that. Ms. Langi, the registrar, would you like to make some quick comments?
Thank you, DG. Good morning, members, and thank you, Chairperson, for inviting us. I think from Council's perspective, it is important that we harmonize the stakeholder relationships that we have, and listening to the reports that Bianca and her colleagues presented, there are obviously issues which could have been prevented should there have been engagements prior. But from Council's side, we will give the necessary support, as Ms. Lokodo has already indicated. We will look at what is it within our mandate that we can do to work with Solidarity as well as any other stakeholder out there who is rendering services to our constituencies on the ground. But looking at their presentation, and I just feel there are certain programs that could mitigate some of the issues that they're raising, which they laying squarely on the department side. And maybe a follow-up meeting to look at issues like, deinstitutionalization, reunification programs, kinship program to support, because it sounds like there's an expectation for provision of certain services, and some of the issues like networking and referral. Council has always been advocating for formation of an association. Outside of union, I think it is important that practitioners themselves, as a community of practice, form those groupings to be able to know who to refer to, who to depend on. So the collaboration, the integrated case management, which we have started to champion as Council in collaboration with UNICEF and DSD, is important because it will minimize some of these gaps where you find practitioners are feeling left out because they don't know who to refer to in instances where children are at risk. So a follow-up meeting, Chair, would be very important. And for us, in terms of statistics around people in private practice and whether they need to be regulated in the same way as we monitoring employers and our social service practitioners, is something that requires further discussions, because people would apply to go into private practice and they have to meet certain criteria which enables them to work under supervision or mentorship outside. So it's different when you're working individually as opposed to when you're working within an organization where there is support structures in. So those are some of the critical things we need to look at, like Melokodi saying, of the 6 cases which have been tabled before for appeal and so forth, 4 are people in private practice. So it might mean that we need to work closely with people who open private practices and are not necessarily part of associations like SASWEP, who are giving ongoing support and coaching and professional development, so that there is no chance of people doing wrong things because they don't have guidance. So the ethical conduct issues, if indeed there are tangible cases that they can forward and have already been raised with the employer, in this case DSD, then Solidarity would have to escalate the matters to Council. But it is important that at least they engage the employer of those people they have allegations against, so that the employer can then see whether they're mitigating it or not. But parallel to that process, they are free to contact our professional conduct division, and a preliminary inquiry will be launched to investigate the merits of that allegation. Thank you, Chair and DG.
No, thanks very much, Ms. Langi. Let me just say this, that firstly, I think the key thing to highlight is that the Minister has indeed already directed the Council to look at some regulations regarding the practice for social workers in private practice. I think there's some work underway there. I think on the issue of unethical behavior, I just want to lastly say that, as outlined in the presentation, the process is there. What we would have loved to see is perhaps a sense of the individual cases so that we can guide them and refer them to the Council within the context of those processes. That would have been useful for us. I think also, without getting into too much details on the salary scales issue, but Treasury and the GPSA are the custodians of that. But that said, you know, there is an OSD process that is followed, which is prescribed, and of course is performance-based and job evaluated within the context of the GPSA and Treasury regulations. But I also wanted to say that on the case that was referred to at the end of the presentation, we are mindful that the Gauteng province, which by the way is the Department of Social Development referred to in this case, has taken the matter on review. And so for all intents and purposes, that is a matter before the court, and we would not want to comment on the case per se, because it would be in legal terms sub judice. So we would want to limit ourselves to comment on that particular case for those reasons. I think one of the things that worry me largely, Chair, notwithstanding the fact that you know, we've noted and received the report, but it's really just the strong and sort of bold statements that are put out by the research that seem to suggest that the department is incompetent and unethical. And I think to have a blanket approach like that is probably problematic for us. We wouldn't accept something like that. We would accept that there may be cases, pockets of cases that may have that kind of challenges, and those must be addressed within the context of the law. But certainly to have a blanket approach around this would be very problematic. I can almost guarantee you that if you have to take every single social worker in the country that we have, or even every single social service provision, and ask about some of these things, you most likely would have a different stance because of the level of support that is provided to social workers and beyond. So such blanket statements worry us. Rather, we say that there are these challenges in these pockets of areas that we can address and find ways and means to address them. And to that point, lastly, I would say that if we could have a copy of this presentation, Chair, we did not receive it. We would welcome a sit-down discussion with Solidarity where we can jointly find resolve, because I don't think that what we are trying to solve for is something that is, or I don't think that we are trying to divert this entire discussion into a negative approach, but we're trying to solve a particular challenge which which I suppose affects some social workers and the sector, and we are trying to do that jointly. We're not trying to put one against the other. We're here to resolve issues and to do them jointly and not to put one against the other. And that, I think that's the spirit in which we ought to engage on such matters. And so let me leave it at that, Chair. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Newton, and the department, the entire department. Now, for the agenda, we are on discussions. Am I right, Lindy?
Yeah, correct, Chair.
Okay. Can we then go to the hands that were up? First one was Letitia, Honorable Letitia's hand, and followed by Lizelle van der Merwe. Then I'll follow up by the others. Okay, by other comrades, other honorable members will follow. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Aris.
Hi, good morning, Chair, and thank you very much. Chairperson, thank you for the presentation to Solidarity. Chair, I was listening to the presentation of Solidarity and I was saying to myself, there's nothing really in that presentation that these members of this committee has already, addressed with the Department of Social Development, because all issues that they have raised in that report or in their survey was raised by this portfolio. And members of this portfolio are very passionate in this portfolio. And so it's always important, children are at all of us. I think all of us that serve on this portfolios, all of us are. We know that, and I have seen in the department's response, and I want to agree with the department somehow that Solidarity has indicated that the survey was done online or digital. However, I want to agree that I feel that people in rural areas were not considered. So I don't think that this report is a true reflection of what is really going on. Yes, we understand we have a shortage of social workers. And yes, we're grateful for social workers for the work that they are doing currently on the ground. They are doing their work under difficult circumstances. And we are grateful for that. Yes, I think the biggest challenge that we must face is that it's time that really the cabinet resolution from 2018 to, appoint more social workers in all departments must really be endorsed. I want to agree with Solidarity that yes, we have a shortage of alternative care facilities, and that's an area that really we need to look at as a portfolio. But Chair, I want to make a suggestion to the portfolio that we as the portfolio, as the responsible oversight body, that we must go out and engage with a social worker and then to get first-hand information, because right now, as I have mentioned, that all these issues raised by Solidarity, many of times we have raised it with the department. And I think it is time that we must go out on an oversight visit to the social workers, to go and familiarize ourselves with what is the true reflection on the ground. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Aris, followed by Honorable Lizel.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to Solidariteit, and good morning to all our colleagues from DSD and also from Parliament. Chairperson, firstly, I want to thank both Solidarity and the department for the presentations. I want to agree with Honorable Aris that the presentation as tabled this morning by Solidarity is not something new. I think, in fact, if we as members of Parliament are very honest with ourselves, we will recall that most of the issues were actually raised during our public hearings on the Children's Amendment Bill. Because the fact of the matter is we did hear during those hearings of an unresponsive department. We did hear of delays in adoption processes, that children are languishing in children's homes or in environments for far too long. Adoptions previously took 6 months. Now it can take longer than 2 years. I've currently got a situation myself where I'm trying to assist a children's home in Gauteng, a children's home who's actually been looking after abandoned babies for many, many years. They've got a very proud track record. And currently they have to do the re-registration or the reapplication. And they've indicated to the department that, one of their provisions, I think the final provision that they must comply with is that staff have to undergo training. And of course, it's very important that staff undergo training, but they were trying to explain to the department that not all the staff can go to training at the same time, because, it goes without saying, then you've got nobody to look after the children. So they were trying to negotiate to say, is there, can we maybe try while the training is on, can you not withdraw our registration papers, because that will leave children, more vulnerable. But then once you try to engage some of the officials, you find that either it's that they, they don't understand or they don't want to understand. And so we also heard in some instances of, during these public hearings of an anti-NGO sentiment and, possibly even an anti-CYCC sentiment that arises. But that being said, I think we shouldn't take a negative approach to what is being told or submitted to us today. I heard different views saying, it was only 133 people surveyed, and, some are suggesting that, there's a very negative image that Solidarity is given. I didn't hear that. I heard them saying that, they as much as there are problems, they also work with the department that have got very good officials. So really, I think my takeaway, and I really welcome what the DG said, that he would welcome an opportunity to sit and meet with Solidariteit. And I would like to hear from Solidariteit whether they are open to discuss and meet with the department and to work with the department, because I think all of us are very passionate about children. We want to see DSD work. We want to see a DSD that is responsive and caring. So I think that is a good proposal from the DG. I think I've got a couple of other questions that I just quickly wanted to ask. The DG in his introduction spoke about, and I think we're all on the same page. We need much more social workers. At the end of the day, the Department of Police or the police ministry cannot fight crime without police officials, without the requisite number of boots on the ground. So if we don't have enough social workers, it goes without saying our children, vulnerable children, will be rendered more vulnerable. And so the ADG spoke in his introduction about having met with the Treasury or spoke to Treasury this morning about the issue of social workers. And I wonder if he can take us into his confidence in terms of the progress that they are making as a department with Treasury to ensure that we are able to employ more social workers. Then on the issue of unprofessional ethical conduct by social workers, I would like to know from Solidarity whether they are making the case to those that they represent in terms of this, that they should open cases with the council so that they are, these cases are investigated. And if so, how many cases have been opened? The DG also spoke, ADG spoke about an evidence-based approach and that they've now got an entire unit dedicated to this evidence-based approach. And I think as a committee then, at some time, we must ask this unit to come in and brief us. ADG, there was a question by Solidarity in terms of your turnaround when cases are lodged with you as a department. So I wanted to know, what is the turnaround time for cases reported to the department or matters raised with the department in general? If you can just give me an indication in that regard. I also wanted to know, there's a general feeling that some people in the Department of Social Development are only there to earn a salary. And, that often is raised by NGOs when it comes to registration issues or people working in the adoption field. And I wanted to know from the ADG whether it isn't time for maybe a skills audit or a review of staff and their competencies to see whether all staff that are employed within the department are fit for purpose. And finally, I want to ask about the issue of subsidies not paid to NGOs. I was reading with regards to particular problems, of course, in the Eastern Cape and how the cut in subsidies there, and specifically, the non-payment or the late payment of subsidies have negatively affected, especially elderly people, elderly women in rural areas. And I really think as a committee, we keep on glossing over this issue, but I really want to hear from the department. I feel this is quite a serious matter that must be addressed. And I wanted to know whether you can give me some facts and figures with regards to how many NGOs or NPOs were closed this year, organizations that were providing vital services on behalf of the state. How many were closed this year due to non-payment or late payment of subsidies from your side? And how many vulnerable people were affected in this regard, if we've got some facts and figures in that regard. But thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you to Solidarity, and I welcome the department and Solidarity working together to address some of the challenges that they've raised with us this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Giselle. Can Honorable Sukers follow, and Honorable Kizela and Honorable Alexander?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, with your permission, I will also just keep my video off for the moment because of the connection, the internet connection, and I think I'm out of power. Chair, I firstly want to say thank you to Solidarity and to the department for their responses. I'll join my colleagues on that. I think I'm covered where both Honorable Van der Merwe and Honorable Aris has mentioned that the picture being painted today is not a surprise or unknown to the committee members that is working or that is sitting on this committee. It is a picture that we are faced with every day, certainly in terms of the vulnerability of children and the capacity of the system to respond to what is an ever-increasing need for care and welfare and for intervention where vulnerable children are concerned specifically. I think what I want to just pose to the department, in the response of the department, I think what we heard was how things are supposed to work according to the legal framework. We know that the department is currently busy with a turnaround or a change management process in all its entities. So when you look at what's the picture that was presented here by Solidarity, then certainly this would provide more awareness, certainly, of the issues, and not that the department is unaware, but this can also be a dipstick in terms of the change management process that they currently embarked on. And as I remember, the DG indicated it on a question that I asked, to say that the turnaround or the change management process that's happening in the department and its entities are certainly going to be tied back to performance and to track, improvement, whether it be individual or organizationally. I was asked, obviously it was within the organizational context. So I can understand that in a sector that is, and I have a lot of sympathy, I think, for the DG in this case. I think it is very difficult when you receive, when you are in an environment like the one he's in, and you are faced with, a myriad of feedback that is not always positive. Most of the time it is not. We sort of give the sugar in between one sentence, and then we give the complaints in a report full. So I just want to say to the DG, you certainly have my compassion for that. And I also want to say to the officials as well that are sitting around the table, that we can never forget that you are human. You've gone through 3 years of COVID. It is very, very difficult on you personally as well. So I want to say that because it is important to recognize that. It is the same for our social workers, Chair. The truth is that our social workers on the ground are not receiving the support that they need, whether it be in the NGO sector or through the department. It is an issue that as lawmakers, we need to pay attention to improve the appreciation for the sector and certainly for the profession. I have a young social worker that has quit, and I think I said it last week. She left and she resigned because of the environment that she worked in and the physical and emotional threats that she experienced. And so she decided to leave. And there is research that points us to more and more young people that leaves the profession. They go to corporate, and we cannot afford that. So as lawmakers, I think as a committee, we really need to see how do we use our committee to pay attention to that. Because the most important thing that I want to say to the committee is this. We know that vulnerable children are on the increase in our areas. I serve a constituency, a rural constituency, where alternative care, for you to find it's non-existent really. The truth is that our system is not robust. Our system is not responsive. It's the truth. How do we respond to that? So I want to say to the DG, the question that I asked is very simple. It is, can we use what Solidarity has presented here, certainly see it within the view of what you're currently doing as a department to change things? Can you not use this as a dipstick and add it to what you have already done in terms of diagnostics of where the department is at and the entities, and respond accordingly? Then secondly, the capacity program that was mentioned here, this points again, Chair, to the issue that you cannot measure the input. We need to measure the impact. And again, we need to use what we are hearing here and what members are experiencing on the ground to say, how successful are these capacity programs to provide support, to upskill, and to, give the sector what it needs in terms of skills, soft skills, hard skills, as well as the wellness of the people that works in it. So how successful is that? Can you give us an indication as a committee? The program has been running. We don't want to know how many programs, how many people. We want to know, do you have an indication of what has moved since you started the program? And if you don't have that indicator, will you put that in with the program now so that you can say at the end of next year, we will do a diagnostic to see how effective was the program? What has moved in terms of that? Then, Chairperson, I want to speak around, lastly, the issue of the vulnerability of children. The department, we asked them the question, I think in 2020, to say, what is the cost of the legal cost that the department has spent on legal expenses to defend themselves in court? We never received an answer back. Now, I'm going to ask the question. I've heard that there is a review of that case. Can it be noted by the committee that the committee please be advised on the result of the review application that the department has now done on this case that has been highlighted in this presentation, of which the DG has said that there is a review application? What is the result of that? Because we need to look at what are the costs that the department spends to defend itself, rather than to focus on the improvement and early intervention so that we don't go to court. And then lastly, and if we can please get the answer on how much the department has spent in this term up until now to defend itself in court. And Chair, then lastly, because there's more cases going to come. I can assure you there's going to be more cases going to come. And as a committee and as the department, we must deal with the issue of children vulnerability, and not just within the context of the legal framework, but within the context of the discussion today. How do we work as stakeholders together to respond? And I've asked for a roundtable. I'm asking again, can we have a roundtable with the department and its most important stakeholders so that this committee can map where we're at? Because children are suffering. I'm not even going to go into cases. I have cases where what Honorable Van der Merwe has mentioned here, children that are in foster care, it's only the kindness of people and the bond that they have with those children that keeps those children safe. The issues, the toxic and dysfunctional issues that are within pockets, like the DG said, it's in pockets. Those things we need to better address. And I certainly will take the DG up on that, because there are cases that I will highlight with him personally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next one is Honorable Gisela.
Thank you, Chairperson. My video is also off due to my poor connectivity. I have a question to Solidarity. There was very little detail in the report about the questionable ethical practices that they mentioned that are not in the best interest of the children. I wanted to know where did they find were this more prevalent, because the survey was only on 133 people. So I'd like to know where this were more prevalent. And then to the DG, I want to know, what are the reasons that departmental officials, according to this report now, allegedly regularly fail to attend court proceedings involving children, and what systems that cities to NPOs are paid on time, because this has been something that has been a stumbling block from the beginning. And I'd also like to know what pressure are being put on other departments to employ social workers, and how many does the department need per province to effectively work on the ground, because we know we have 9,000 qualified unemployed social workers, and are they all currently employed and where? Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you. I've switched on my video. It is me behind the screen, but I'll switch it off so that everybody's connectivity remains stable.
Okay.
Chairperson, so firstly, to appreciate the presentation by both Solidarity and the department. And I think it was expressed by the previous speakers when we say that, you know, social work is not just a job, it's a vocation. And that everybody on the platform has agreed that there are some excellent DSD officials and social workers, but then there are also those who, you know, close their laptops at 3:30 and are by the lifts at 4:45 and who are out the door at 4 o'clock while cases stack up. And I do believe there needs to be some introspection on these individuals as to, you know, why they're there in the first place. And, you know, Chairperson, while we hear the ADG talk about, you know, it's pockets, it's selective cases, and there's only certain pockets, but the pockets seem to be growing and growing. And, you know, to say that if you interview other social workers, the responses will be the exact opposite. So then my question, you know, to the department is, you know, where is their internal survey and their report on, you know, working relationships between DSD, the private sector, the NGOs, and, you know, following this and, you know, as an outcome of this, seeing that, you know, this is primarily focused in one province, you know, will DSD or via an independent research unit do a countrywide survey instead of us just, you know, speculating, you know, about these pockets and about, you know, some social workers giving positive reviews. So that is the one question, Chairperson. When will we see then from this report a nationwide survey done by DSD or an independent research unit? And then, you know, Chairperson, I think the one presenter did mention that whether it is one child or two child affected, you know, the department takes it seriously. So I do think it's a bit short-sighted, you know, to dismiss or be defensive of this report, because even if we just take it at 133 or 144 respondents, you know, the caseload that social workers sit with are in the hundreds. And all of that adds up to then tens of thousands of children and families who are affected just by this one report. So, you know, just noting that, Chairperson. And both from the department, they've asked, you know, for the specifics of the case. So, you know, the question to Solidarity, you know, has the specifics of the cases been given to either the ADG at national or the various provinces to, you know, where did they send their complaints to? Did it go to the HODs? Did it go to the MECs? Because it seems from the department that they have, you know, not received the specifics of the cases, even though I know, you know, the reason why we're here today is because Solidarity has been trying to contact the department. So, you know, just some clarity on that. And I think, you know, the whole reason why things are done anonymously, the surveys, is to avoid further victimization. I mean, you already have maybe a difficult relationship with an official, and now we put in names to these complaints. You know, there is a real fear of further victimization or resistance that also needs to be taken into consideration. And, you know, Chairperson, to you and to the committee, we often say that our presentations we receive from the department, you know, doesn't really give a real reflection of what's happening on the ground. And therefore, Chairperson, I think it's important for the committee to actually invite more outside stakeholders to present to this committee, you know, if we're not getting those outcome presentations that we've long been asking for from the department. Then, Chairperson, to the South African Council for Social Service Professions, and, you know, thank you to the Secretariat Langi, for being here. But then the same question I posed to the department about surveys and so forth. What have they done as a council in terms of nationwide surveys with social workers? What has been their experience? And if they can maybe also then, explain what their complaint and support referral pathway is. For example, if a DSD social worker, is facing disciplinary for whatever reason, do those processes run concurrent with the council? And if DSD finalizes any of those disciplinaries, are those outcomes still given and handed over to the council so that the council's not just monitoring, social workers in private and NGOs, but they also have a picture of what's happening internally at DSD. And, just furthermore, we speak about, burnout of social workers, and Honorable Sukas, spoke about that young social worker who wants to leave the profession. So we spoke a lot about capacity building on acts, but what does the council and the department do to address the overall well-being of social workers? And then just lastly, Chairperson, my colleague Honorable Van der Merwe spoke about the unpaid subsidies. And I recall last year, when ECD still fell under the department, that also was brought to light during a court case where the various departments and especially the departments in the provinces, failed to pay, or they paid late, or they paid in part subsidies. And I too will benefit from that list of organizations, particularly the CPO organizations which have closed, because in our previous committee meeting in September, I think when we were speaking about the impact, this came up again, and I think we asked there as well, for that list of MPOs that are closing. And then just lastly, in conclusion, Chairperson, I keep hearing national say, but it's the provinces. But at the end of the day, MECs and HODs account to our national minister and to the ADG, and they have their mid-mix. And I know these mid-mix have been far and few between. And, perhaps this is why could be a reason why some of the provinces just tend to be doing their own thing and not accounting to that mid-mix structure. So it's one thing to say, the provinces need to address it, but at the end of the day, the final, they all still account to the national minister and to the ADG. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Alexandra. Then can we give over to Honorable Polnit and Honorable Masango? Will also
thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I also want to greet all my colleagues today, and then also thank you to Solidarity for this discussion we're having this morning. I want to agree with all my colleagues is that, we've been discussing this thing in the department. Everything that was discussed this morning is not.
Switch off your video, Honorable Marie, we can't hear you.
But there's one thing that I've listened to what Solidarity was saying, and it's really one system. One child got lost in the system. Sorry, can you hear me now? Chairperson, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I was just listening to what the Solidarity was saying, and it is very concerning for me that they were talking about the tracking system. Apparently, they had this one child, and they cannot track where the child is at the moment. I would like to know, how does it happen that a child get lost in the system? And I'm talking, and I wanted to say the same things. And then you ask yourself, these are the things that we've been discussing in this portfolio committee, and Solidariteit is coming from outside. The shortage of vehicles, the shortage of social workers, the way people are being treated, how people are being threatened sometimes. I have exactly the same case when NPL was starting to say that you won't get funding from us because of this and this and that. So it is worrisome that even our must come and explain to us what we have been saying in this committee for a very long time. So I just want to know what is going to be the next step, because even though we got all these things on paper, like we always say, that it looked very good on paper, all these slides you come and present to us, but on the ground, it is not going through. So somewhere there's a lack of communications, because national is saying it's coming from province, and province is saying no, there's a problem there and there. But national is supposed to be the overseer of everything that is happening provincially. And we need to come to a conclusion. What are we going to do about this? Because we are talking about children, we are talking about lives that is getting lost in the system. Children that is in foster care, children that doesn't even get paid sometimes. The foster care parents doesn't even get paid sometimes because they have to go through all these difficulties, going to the department, they are offline, going back again, the line has been cut. Such a lot of things that has been happening. So we need to come as a community together and say, what is the Department of Social Development going to do about all these issues? Because we are talking and talking and talking and nothing is really happening, Chairperson. So I want to say thank you for the presentation. I want to say thank you to DSD, but we need to come up with concrete solutions that is going to go down to the ground floors, that everyone in the department, no matter where you go, even in a rural area, the people will know exactly what is the line of march and how it must be implemented, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Cornet. I requested Honorable Masango to follow, and Honorable Dehang and Honorable Matsidiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just also would like to thank Solidarity and the department for the presentation, and the department for the response. It certainly has, even as one acknowledges what the colleagues have said about the issues being mentioned not being new to the department, but the presentation and the response from the department has really opened my eyes even wider to the challenges that we are dealing with, obviously through the department, and how our oversight, our oversight scope needs to increase, as it were. When the chairperson opened the meeting this morning, he spoke very very sadly almost about the problems the children are facing in this country at the moment. She even referred to now women killing their own children. I am not going to speculate as to the reasons why this happened. I am also not going to put a blame on the system that we have, the government system, the social development system, and say maybe this woman tried to get help and there was no help and then she ended up. I am not going to do that. All I am going to say is to say that the Department of Social Development has, and it was displayed to us this morning, has the most amazingly written principles and the legislation and the regulations and all sorts of things. I personally do use what the department writes on in its website and its documents to actually explain in other forums what the Department of Social Development in South Africa stands for. So it is very telling for me that we have had a presentation by Solidarity that outlines the problems that are happening on the ground, but use the department's own performance statement or whatever it is that they wrote here. And I'm saying, Chairperson, surely we by now know and can see that the challenges are both hard issues, which are putting children in the worst of circumstances, as we are hearing along the lines of children being hungry until they die, children being placed in places where they are not being protected, and all sorts of problems. So what I am saying is that surely we can use what has been discussed here this morning, what has been presented here this morning, both from the side of the presentation by Solidarity and the response by the department. I believe very strongly, Chairperson, that there lies, for me, a big chunk of the solutions to the problems we were presented with this morning. And of course, I agree with the colleagues that we need to up our ante as far as our oversight is concerned, so that we know at a more detailed level what actually is going on the ground. And I want to agree with the department that some work is being done in terms of the capacity building programs, because I'm agreeing with that, because I deal at a personal level directly with the department, with officials and leadership in the department whenever I have situations presented to me by the people on community members, and all I need to do is make a call, and the rest is history, literally, because these leaders and these officials will take these reports on and solve the issues. So my biggest hope is that that can happen without me getting involved, without another colleague getting involved. It can happen as it is written in a statement that was read by Solidarity this morning, because I know for a fact that the Department of Social Development knows what it needs to do, and to a very, very admirable extent, actually it does happen. It's just that the problems are piling up because there are those, obviously, that are not doing their work. I don't have, as I say, I have been largely covered by colleagues in terms of questions and things like that, but I am feeling so, that feeling of being hopeful and despairing at the same time. So that combination cannot be good for anyone. And I am just saying, if we can take both what was presented by Solidarity and the response by the department and actually put it into action, we are in a position to actually solve these problems. We will not, I don't think it will happen tomorrow, but I do know that if we are just dedicate our time and effort and everything that is needed and work together, this issue of NGOs decrying the fact that the department has a top-down relationship with them, which plays itself out where the subsidies are not being paid, where the cries are not being heard. It actually cannot work for us. And I believe that we have a solution. We had a solution this morning in this meeting from people who know what they are doing and can actually take us out of the embarrassing situation that is happening right now in the social development sector, especially for children. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masango. Honorable Zikhat.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also join my colleagues to appreciate the presentations that we've received, both from Solidariteit and as well as the department. But Chairperson, I think I just need to indicate something up front. I listened to the presentation of Solidariteit, and without necessarily trying to be dismissive on the issues that they've raised, I think to a large extent I agree with a number of issues that they've raised, which they picked up through their research study and all of that, which they have conducted. And one also needs to appreciate the fact that Solidariteit went out of their way also to go because of their passion that they have for children, for the social work profession and other social development related programs. So they went out of their way, and then because of that, there are a number of issues that they picked up throughout the process. But I also want to, at the same time, raise my own concerns which I have for the study. In a sense that the study that is presented to us in the portfolio committee lacks of certain issues which they were supposed to have actually, maybe for an example, throughout the process when they are in the process of conducting the study, they were supposed to have reached out to the responsible stakeholders. And one of those responsible stakeholders in this case is the department. Like for an example, if you conduct a study and then you pick up a number of issues, you are supposed also to get a feedback from the critical stakeholder where in the environment where you are conducting the study from. And then also as part of the research methodology of the study of Solidariteit, I've picked up in the presentation that they've reached out to social work professionals during their research process. And then they indicated about 24% or so it's from the private sector, and then 12 is from the public. So I want to know what are the reasons that when you are conducting a study of this nature, and then you focus more on private, but ultimately your main stakeholder it's a public. I mean, it's a public stakeholder which are actually supposed to assist you to achieve the overall objective of your research study. And then I'm also of the view that this particular study, Solidariteit, for me, where I'm sitting, I'm of the view that it was just a rushed study to a large extent because the provinces were also supposed to have made inputs in the study because the department at national, they don't only lead at national level. There are also provinces on the ground that are supposed to implement whatever programs, whatever intervention at that level. So provinces also were also supposed to have made inputs. And then my other issue also with the study, Honorable Chairperson, is that we in the portfolio committee, as members of parliament, we are deployed differently, irrespective of political affiliation to our constituency offices. Now, if I sit in the portfolio committee of social development, there's a study that comes, and then it does not even speak about anything coming from my province. And I, as a member in this portfolio committee, I'm not only sympathetic to issues of national, I'm more biased to issues as well coming from my province. And I'm sitting here, I'm listening to the study, and I look at the issues. I went through my notebook now, and I look at all the issues that I picked up during my constituency work. And I feel those issues are also critical. They were also supposed to have been considered. So if this study was opened, or maybe it was more inclusive, some of those issues could also have been maybe considered, or they could have maybe presented a different view, a different perspective on a number of issues, in particular with regard to the issues of the social work professionals, the private ones, as well as the public ones. So I just wanted to indicate also, Honorable Chairperson, that there are a number of research institutes who are also very passionate, who are also doing a number of programs and work with regards to social activities, social work professionals, and then through the NGOs and all of that. There are a number of them that are conducting research. Now I'm sitting here and I'm asking myself, if Solidariteit can conduct the research and then they don't even consult or get an input from other stakeholders, then they get an opportunity to come and present to the portfolio committee. And when they present to the portfolio committee, we listen to them and then we pick up the issues and then we're going to follow up. And of course, I also appreciate the fact that the acting DG indicated these issues that we are raising will have to get an opportunity as a department, as Solidarity, sit down, look at the issues, and then see where we can intervene, work together, which is a good gesture. But I'm asking myself at the level of the portfolio committee now, if we have opened already for Solidarity to come and present a research study, I mean, what principle or precedent are we setting for others who are sitting outside or who might also be following the portfolio committee meeting as we are sitting now? It means next week, any other person can also, any other organization, whether it's an NGO that has conducted as research or it's a stakeholder, critical stakeholder as well, can also come and request to present. And then how many of them are going to be allowed to be listened to? That's my concern where I'm sitting now. And then that concerns now actually makes me to make an appeal to the portfolio committee, to all honorable members through you, honorable chairperson, that maybe as a portfolio committee, we must have an approach in terms of how we're going to deal with all these researches that are coming, that have been conducted. And of course, we can't ignore them. It's good work that have been done. But the question that I'm asking myself, how are we going now moving forward? How are we going to deal with all this research without necessarily having maybe stakeholders coming direct to us, present to us, and then only to find out the department, the critical stakeholder, they are also supposed to input there and then listen to them, pick up some of the issues, do an intervention. So I wanted to make an appeal to the portfolio committee that maybe we must just agree as a way forward, that all these organizations, whether it's an NGO or maybe it's a critical stakeholder that has conducted the research and then feels the issues must be given, must be highlighted and given attention. I think we must just agree that, I mean, the point of entry should be the department first and foremost. And the department must also input on those issues. And then when they come to us in the portfolio committee and then they make that presentation, we must already know which process was followed, which interventions were made, and then where the department, what are the issues that the department could not implement, so that we are able to make, to measure, I mean, the performance of the department on such issues. Otherwise, if we are just going to come and then we discuss issues, we get the presentation, my worry is that we'll continue to engage on these issues without necessarily following up on whether, I mean, some of the issues are corrected, proper follow-up in terms of our oversight responsibility to check these issues raised by Solidarity, what the department do. So I think it will be very critical for us to be able to do that. And my last point, Honorable Chairperson, with regard to this particular study of Solidarity, is that I think there's one statement which was mentioned through their presentation, that some of the feedback that they picked up from these social work professionals, I'm not sure whether it's the private ones or it's the public ones, is the fact that some of these social work professionals, they feel, or some of the NGOs, they feel they are not getting funding from the department because there's a political agenda, or there are certain NGOs that have been preferred. I think for me, where I'm sitting, that's a very problematic statement, and it must be corrected. I know when you conduct the research, it's issues that we are picking up from, I mean, from the stakeholders, from your response, people that you are, from your samples and all of that, different people that you are meeting. But to come here and tell us now, look, these people that you have met, this is the percentage, this is what they are saying. They say there's a political agenda, they are not getting because of that and that. Because if we are going to allow such statements to be made at this level of the portfolio committee, now also as members of the portfolio committee sitting here, we are also going to have to make certain, I mean, political statements and ask which agenda, which political agenda does Solidarity represent? And if we ask that question, there are some people who will feel we are playing politics, we are not looking at the issues and all of that. So that's why I'm trying to avoid to enter into that terrain and make a proposal that that statement also, it must be properly contextualized or it must either be withdrawn. So that's my submission, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stock. Honorable Matsiriso.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to the leadership and to the officials that are here. And we appreciate the presentations both from Solidariteit and to the responses from the department. Just a few clarity, and Chair, thank you for the comforting words that you indicated in the morning and for the support of the committee members throughout a very difficult week. Thank you very much. Your prayers are really noted and appreciated. Just a few points, Chair, and mine will be more on the presentation made by Solidariteit, the Association of Social Workers. The research participants, I think Honorable Stokes covered some of the issues that I want to raise. The research participants, most of them were from the private social workers, the respondents. So my worry is that there seems to be an expectation from the department to use public funds in responding to some of the issues that the private practitioners are raising, raised through the research, which is going to be an audit issue for the department, you know. So I would want to get and what I don't get in the presentation is how many, in terms of numbers, not just percentage, how many, if respondents were 10 people, how many of the 10 were private social workers and how many were actually public sector social workers who I know would be working for the department in the provinces, and I'm not sure if nationally does employ social workers, but where they're directly employed by government, so that you know how to channel your resources. Because I don't think it's fair that there's an expectation that the departments must pay salaries and bonuses for somebody that's working for Netcare. I don't think it's correct. Netcare is not an entity of government, it's a private entity. You know, so for me, I would have appreciated if the presentation had that breakdown, firstly. Then the second part is that looking at the conclusion and some of the issues that are raised by the research, it's focusing more on the needs of social workers. Then at a particular point, we will throw in the issues that are affecting children, which I think the research is really not honest in terms of telling us exactly what is it that they want. You know, even the conclusion does not talk about children. Children are spoken about in the middle of the research, but when you conclude on what is proposed, it has nothing to do with children. It's about social workers having their bonuses sorted out, social workers having, which is not something that I wouldn't support. But if we are saying we want children's rights and services to be uplifted, the conclusion should talk about them, not about social workers only, you know. So, and that is for me the problem there, you know. My last point, Chair, on the road to Parliament, or the road to, yes, on the road to Parliament, I don't see, and when the first presenter made when she spoke about the relationship with the Professionals Council, but there's nowhere where it is mentioned, because if we are saying you also want to deal with conduct of social workers, the professional body or bodies need to be consulted with, you know. And I agree with Honorable Stokes. And the acting DG was asking, where did the correspondence go? Who did you speak to? You know, clearly between Solidariteit itself and the department, there seems to be no proper communication, which needs to be corrected going forward. We can't talk about social workers and bring their issues to council, to the committee and parliament when we're not talking to the council that is governing them, you know, because clearly there should be something that is some work that the council itself is doing in assisting the work the social workers are doing. I would imagine that the council would be the one negotiating for their salaries. You know, it's like a bargaining council for municipalities. So that is where salaries are negotiated. We can't come and say, as social workers, we want the department to negotiate our salaries without talking to the council, because then the council is responsible for each and every social worker that we have. So let's also improve the relationships that we have with critical stakeholders, the council being one of those critical stakeholders as well. But given anything, the issues are understandable, but let us follow proper procedure and protect the fiscals and the public funds as well. Because I wouldn't really agree, acting DG, that we take money that must sort out the public social workers and give it to the private social workers. They made a choice to go private, so they must be able to see how we're getting. Let's correct and support the people that are working for government and are earning their salary through the government coffers. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matsidiso. Honorable Jane Mangani.
Thank you very much, Chair. Some of the issues crashed to catch because of the network, but nevertheless, I appreciate I follow suit to what my colleague have already said, the presentation from Solidarity and the departmental response. I think there is something where we have missed the point, we as the committee. I think what I have observed when people like Solidarity or whoever that they used to write to us, we listen to them, and then after that, we
Honorable Mangani.
She seems to have been cut off, Chair.
Oh.
I also don't see her on the members present. Her network was very unstable.
Okay, what we will do is to give her a chance when she comes back, because she hasn't finished presenting a statement or comments. Honorable members, maybe let me also have, Honorable Sukers, is that hand that is there a legacy hand or is it a new hand?
No, it is a new hand, Chair.
Okay, before I comment and put my concern and also input, let me give over to you first.
Yeah, Chair, I appreciate the opportunity. I think I just want to put a caution, Chair, that we not mistake the role of the committee as an extension of Parliament and the mandate that we have as Parliament. Any person can put, it doesn't matter who it is, whether it's the man in this, a person who is standing on a corner sleeping under a bridge, they can present to any committee of Parliament, because the public has the right and has the opportunity to help committees in the areas of their work. And the committees is a place where it provides a platform for the public to present views directly to the members of Parliament, which is something that is not possible in a plenary sitting, but that our constitutionally has been made available for South Africans to engage. We cannot take, and I strongly want to urge members and for us as a committee to recognize that this is Parliament of the people. We cannot put a muzzle on people to come and address this Parliament and address this committee and to assist it in its work of oversight. That is what I want to say, Chair. And for us to say that people should have taken a different route, it is our responsibility to have oversight over this department. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, is my Jane back? Not yet? Okay. You know, myself too, I just want to put myself on the block and blame myself. I don't know on how have I took this presentation. To read something from a paper, it's not the same as something that is presented. Thanks ever so much for the presentation, because it also makes my eyebrows to be up for now. I'm also asking myself, what the Solidarity institution is presenting to us. It's things that we know. But the only thing with us as the portfolio committee was to pin the department to do what is right and what we know that they are supposed to do it. It really worries me, especially when the examples or the case studies were presented. You know, out of the work that I undergone, I happened to work around and go around to visit the centers and all the stuff. It took me back to those centers and frustrated me. But maybe it is also good for us as portfolio committee to hear it again and again and again, so as to be able to move faster than it is expected. But department, I don't even want to say much out of what has been said by honorable members in terms of these things. There are things that you see that the department needs to pull up their socks on them, but there are things that are also refers to the social workers themselves, which I always sometimes think that the motivational speeches and also occasions are necessary for the social workers to be taken. Their spirit and morale is so down to such an extent that they sometimes can't even perform their work. Yeah, I've heard the reports. I heard the department answering them, but maybe let's also give over the last chance. Honorable Stock is right. Maybe it was premature for us to call the Solidarity to present to us, and we need to sift on how we do things at the end of the day. But we should have at least check the other process and procedure of dealing with these reports from these NPOs, NGOs, and all this stuff. There is a request at all times that is saying roundtable is needed, roundtable is needed. Even that one, we don't have to miss it and see Bakaze. We have to sit down and look at it on what is it that we would like to get and what is it that we are going to do. And it needs to be facilitated in such a manner that it has the results that we think we will need. Because, you know, every meeting, we've got a crisis of these things that are happening amongst the children and all this stuff. The reality is that all the 3 or 4 factors that were put in front are the real ones that we know. But let me give to the department, because I think this is the opportunity to give the department right now more than
I'm back.
Okay, more than the Solidarity institution. But let's give Honorable Jane Mangani to finish up what she was going to say and then give over to the department so as to be able to finalize this debate and discussion. It's frustrating. I just want to be out on that because it's things that we know, it's things that we feel in our communities. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Mangani.
Thank you, Chair. The other thing that I wanted to say is that we must keep on doing our oversight where we are deployed, so that we must keep it before it come to this level. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is this thing of adoption. The adoption in the real sense will still take longer time because they need to investigate. Nowadays, if the other parent is still alive, they need to, even the other parent need to be informed and take part about the adoption. I still remember when we were talking about the issue, you and Honorable Bilankulu supported what I was saying, to say we once approached by a certain lady that I won't mention. She said, my children is taken by this private social worker out of me. I can't see it now, it's 6 years out of seeing. I think both private and public leadership, if there is a challenge, they need to sit and correct before it comes to us, because I think we are the last arbiter in terms of, because we are the one who are overseeing the department, so that if they did have a challenge, both of them, we are the one who's supposed to solve that issue. But nevertheless, Chair, I was saying we must not we mustn't forget that during COVID, our social worker, I echo what Honorable Masango was saying, they work under pressure. And then even some of us were afraid even going around checking the community. But we must give due where it's supposed to be. But we must appreciate what they are doing and encourage them to do more. Because where there is a person, there is always a mistake. If you can ask me about Honorable Mvana when Honorable Mvana is not around, I will say something that I won't say when Honorable Mvana is around. Thank you very much, Chair.
I wonder what is that. Thank you very much, Honorable Jane. I think you are also touched as emotional touch as I am emotional touch about these issues. Because in that instance, we couldn't move because of the court in whatever law, but we didn't know on how to deal with that situation. Out of the 7 years now, that lady is crying, want to just see her baby, which is out of her hands and is not with her. Thanks ever so much, honorable members, for the questions, inputs, and all the stuff. Let's go back to the department. They are the last straw. Someone also suggested that provinces should have been invited. I had a note that is saying some are here, some were not invited, all this stuff. That's why I'm saying that even myself, I didn't put my mind on this, because the reality of the matter is to invite everyone on this and have input. Thank you, Department. Linton.
Well, thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and thanks very much, honorable members. I think I must really welcome the inputs, comments provided by honorable members, and indeed, in some cases, even proposals, which I think are very progressive and useful. What I would suggest we do, Honorable Chair, I will start with Peter and ask him to respond first, just on a few matters with regards to the non-payment of NPOs, and then I will go to Isabella and Civil, and ask them to respond, and I will end with Ms. Langi, and then I will come in to make a few points as we conclude in terms of the responses. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thanks very much, Acting DG, and thanks very much for the chair and the honorable members. There was, I think, repeated questions in terms of the transfer subsidy, late payment, and how the department is faring. I think I should respond in this way, that I think as a department, and remember this transfers takes place in all 9 provinces, and the department have taken responsibility to monitor that these are transferred in time and appropriately so that services could be rendered. We have been monitoring this, and we have established a committee that sits every month to check how far they have. Indeed, there are some areas where the transfers takes long, and we also seek reasons why they are taking long. As we stand now, as of the end of October, 93% of all subsidies been paid, with the highest recorded in Eastern Cape, 98%, Gauteng, 95%, KwaZulu-Natal, 96%, Limpopo, 99%, and Western Cape, 99%, with a little bit in areas like Northwest, where we still have around just above 71%, and Northern Cape, just 73%. We interrogated the reasons why these are not transferred in time. Some of the issues that has come, especially in the 2 provinces of the Northwest and Northern Cape, it was in the Northern Cape where the 73%, it was that the those that could not were the soup kitchens or the CNDCs due to the late reconciliation of the report. Remember, when you report, you get the first tranche, you need to report back, and before we can give you the next one. So there was late reconciliation, late submissions of report, and also the youth development program. Nothing on the late payment was recorded on the welfare cost statutory services at all. In the Northwest, as they started, the problems were the issue of the registration with the central database and treasury, but they've overcome those, and the few NPOs that they were waiting for the report from the NPO so that they can effect payments. As we stand now, we were at 93%, and there were only 4 NPOs that need still to be paid in the Northern Cape, and about 8 NPOs in the Northwest. The payments is looking good, and I think now that the ECDs are gone, which are so many, we are left with just above 8,324 NPOs in total, where I think in all, over 8,000 NPOs has been paid. We are monitoring this from national so that we make sure we become accountable to our citizens in terms of them getting the funds. We are also, I should also report that we have developed a new payment system that Western Cape and the Eastern Cape is using. Gauteng has got their system, and we hope that this, when we implement this system next year, this will be the thing of the past, provided both the 2 parties find its way, because it's a 2-way system. No reports, you should comply before you get the funding. It's something that as a department we have taken serious concerns on that, and we are managing it well. We are happy as now that we are really reaching above 95% of the NPOs being paid. And I think in the next quarter, we'll report the good results. month on month in terms of how they're being paid. We also did do capacity building of the provinces in areas where there are challenges. We also intervene with National Treasury so that those on the national database is done once and in 3 years, so that we should not delay the payments of this. So as a national office, we are happy, and we promise that I think the results will be better, especially with the implementation of the new system. Thank you very much.
No, thanks a lot, Peter. Let me ask then Civil to come in, and immediately after Civil, Isabella to come in. Civil?
Thank you very much, DG. I take it that some of the key issues that one would have really wanted to respond to, I've noted that there are very strong recommendations that have come from the members, and those are welcome. But I would like to just talk to the issue of the capacity building of our practitioners. I think it's important that DG one emphasizes the point that I made as I was presenting, the issue of the rising social ills, which we are all aware of, which is creating a very serious mismatch between the demands that are out there in the sector in relation to the capacity that we have and the demands that are being placed on our social workers out there. And the capacity building program that I refer to, DG, are varied programs that go out to ensure the training, the reorientation and orientation and capacity building of both the new as well as the social workers who have been there in practice, just to ensure that as the social ills diversify, as we get, new situations and others repeat themselves and the situation becomes dynamic, we then begin to have a workforce that is well capacitated to enable the practitioners to be responsive to those kinds of situations. So the trainings are linked to different programs. There are policies, there are legislative frameworks that different programs of the department go out to our practitioners on the ground to train them, those that are new, but to reorientate and capacitate those ones that have been in the system. So that is one of the things that I had wanted to quickly touch on, DG. Lastly, just to indicate that the issue of practitioners being victimized is a situation of concern, because it becomes quite difficult for both the council and the department to put measures in place to ensure that there is action that is being taken or interventions to support the practitioners, or even for council, if there is need for council to deal with the situations that have been reported, if we do not know specifically where these incidents are. I don't think it's about the issue of victimizing. When we deal with situations of professional misconduct, the practitioners themselves must be, engaged. So it is just for us to have faces to the processes so that we know where should we then, channel our energies in dealing with this matter. And the other thing, DG, I think is the issue of the investments that the department is actually making into the appeal cases. It just shows how seriously, the department takes matters of professional misconduct. So it's one area that the department really, also prioritizes and really make sure that there are efforts and systems that are put in place to make sure that there are responsive initiatives, and that gets to be done within the correct timeframes, working very closely with the council. So yeah, I think DG, maybe I must pause it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Isabella. So Isabella, do you want to make any comments quickly?
Yes, DG, thank you very much. I want to pass my greetings to Honorable Chair and honorable members and colleagues. And I want to say that as the department, or firstly, I want to appreciate, the wisdom and the issues that have been raised by members, because they enable us to improve on service delivery. But I want to say, as the department, we are committed towards ensuring that we care, we protect, and we support children, but above all, we want to improve the well-being of children. But we also move from the premise that we cannot do it on our own. It is everybody's business. And therefore, we acknowledge that the department cannot do this on its own. As I said, we need to partner with stakeholders, being it civil society, being it private, being it business, being it our communities themselves. They are very critical in this matter. And therefore, we welcome, every stakeholder, the Solidarity Institute as one of the key people who really wants, who are interested and who wants, to improve the lives of the children. But we are saying that it is important for us to have a cordial relationship so that we can be able to carry out the mandate of improving the well-being of our children. And therefore, it is also important for us to have an open communication and be transparent so that we can be able to address the issues that can improve the lives of children. And we are saying that is why it is important, that if there are issues that are being picked up, they need to be raised, with the department. And as a collective, we need to try and find, strategies in terms of how are we dealing with this. And I want to also indicate that we've got programs, that we are putting in place, or measures that we have put in place. Of course, they cannot be 100%. We are having, the capacity building on specific program issues, because we want to capacitate our social service practitioners to empower them to be able, to deliver. But also, we are conducting on-site visit to monitor implementation of the Act, which is the principal act that enables us, to protect our children. And where there are gaps, where training is needed, we are able to pick up that and ensure that we train our stakeholders. So in short, I'm saying that we've got those social workers that are dedicated to doing their work, both in private and in public. And we've got those, of course, that, are not, and they are both in practice and in private. And together we can be able to deal with this issue and be able to better and improve on services. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Isabella. Let me go to Mrs. Langi, the registrar, and then I will come in just to respond to a few other aspects.
Thank you, DJ. I will respond directly to the inquiry by Honorable Abrams about research that Council may have done. Just to report that in 2021, exactly on this day, we launched a report of the research that we conducted, which was looking at the landscape of social service practice in South Africa with the theme strengthening the capacity of the workforce. And the research responses we received from social workers working in DOH, in Justice, SAPS. We even engaged the Sector Bargaining Council for Public Health and Social Development, social workers in private practice, to name but a few. And the qualitative and quantitative research revealed that there are issues which affect our practitioners, largely the issue of funding, funding for NGOs, the high unemployment issue, some employers not seeing the value of incorporating research into the work or even investing in training for their practitioners, issues like supervision, very essential for newly qualified, access to long distance learning for child and youth care workers because they are always at work. So the issue of having people to attend to, to upgrade themselves is very critical. The working conditions and salaries were some of the issues also that were raised. The readiness to practice. And to this end, Council has acted on some of them. For example, readiness to practice for newly qualified social workers. We've just launched now the Social Work Readiness Project pilot, where we've taken a few newly qualified graduates. Some have been unemployed for quite a long time, dating back to 97 and so on. But we've taken a mix of those just to see what are the issues and challenges which predispose them to prolonged unemployment setups. And there are also issues about those students or graduates from institutions where they've acquired their learning through long distance, that they feel overlooked sometimes when somebody is applying from that particular institution. And the mental health issues very prevalent, especially amongst the unemployed cadres who indicate that they're feeling isolated because they hoped once they qualified, they'll be able to get some jobs and they'll be able to uplift and improve their family lives, but they regret, their career choices. So with the outcome of this research, we felt that we need to have a large scale research, because at the moment we only had about 439 responses. So we had from the employer group 21 responses, from the service users who are members of the public 44, social workers or child and youth care workers living abroad, we only had 7, and 370 were from the unemployed, the self-employed, private practitioners and students. So with the findings, even though the sample was not large compared to the database that we have, we believe that the issues which are coming from the research are issues which requires urgent intervention. And I think for council, for the employer sector, even for the social service practitioners themselves, we need to have more engagements to look at how we remedy some of the situations. For example, the formation of association, it's something that is not council's responsibility, but practitioners feel council could encourage and support such. And the issue of salaries, I've had Honorable Matsidiso say, Mafiko saying salaries must be lobbied by council. The perception out there is that council should, give people jobs, should advocate for better salaries and better working conditions, tools of trade. Some of these issues are not necessarily council's responsibility. But as a caring and responsive council, these issues are discussed at board level, at council level, and feedback is given also to the department to be aware of some of the challenges which are impacting badly the practitioners, issues of annual fees and the fact that some practitioners are unable to even, meet basic needs. Therefore, for them to pay annual subscriptions becomes a problem. And if NPOs are closing down, it means we're sitting with a large number of people retrenched from those NPOs. So they are interlinked issues, which the research revealed, which council is also looking at to see how best we can deal with these issues. But in terms of council's ability, one of the issues that came out was that council should look beyond depending only on collections of annual fees, because it limits the ability of council to go to provinces to investigate thoroughly some of the allegations about misconduct happening on the ground. So if there isn't sufficient funding, it impacts on council's ability to expand its human capacity. We don't have enough warm bodies to do some of the capacity building training and extending ourselves to all the provinces. So some of these issues requires a different engagements, but the department is aware of the limitations that we have. The minister is aware as well. And we are hoping that with sufficient financial resources, we'll be able to have a full-scale survey and even have focus group discussions, because at times we rely on digital surveys, but other people who are in remote communities and don't have access to smartphones or even to Wi-Fi connections might not be able to be reached. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, thanks very much, Ms. Langi. And let me just point out, Honorable Chair, I'm not sure if I'm audible. Is it on? Am I audible? I'm not audible.
Yes, you are. You are.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, thanks very much. And I think that point by the registrar is a very useful point in terms of the research that has been put forward. And I think as we build a new cadre of social service professions, not just social workers, but the entire profession, it's important that we find that we make use of such reporting in order for us to strengthen this cadre of social service professions as we move forward. I also think that in terms of the research that was presented by Solidarity, we have some data and some additional information as provided by Ms. Langi in terms of the report that was done last year, and we are certainly happy to share some of those to, I suppose, close some of the gaps that we have picked up as a department in the research put forward by Solidarity. And we'll build on this research as we move forward. Let me just say a few points very quickly. Firstly, and I think most importantly, we must also acknowledge the work, and thank you to honorable members who have acknowledged this, the hard work of the staff of the DSD portfolio overall, as well as our cadre of social workers. And I think it's important to appreciate the dedication that they have put into their work, particularly during the difficult times that we come from, in terms of COVID-19 in the main, and the kind of difficulties that they had to face. We must acknowledge and certainly appreciate their commitment and dedication to this work, and I think it's quite important. I think we certainly would welcome, I suppose, a much more countrywide survey to look at the impact of our support measures, and indeed looking at how we can deepen the work of the profession. And I think that that's an important point. I think more so as we look at the effectiveness of our capacity building programs, a diagnostic can certainly be done to check that effectiveness. I think there were some proposals towards that end. That's useful and that's very welcome, and I think we can work towards that. We just have to work out, I suppose, the matrices in terms of how we put that together, but it's something that we can certainly look at. We have done some of these studies, and I'm yet just to check the most recent ones that we've done and sort of see what are some of the outcomes there that we can take forward. I think, the call for more social workers, yes, definitely. We have a meeting with the Treasury in the coming days to try and move on some of that stuff and certainly improve our bid that we're putting forward towards that end. And we're happy to brief the committee as when we make progress on this matter. We've submitted our documents to the Treasury accordingly, and it's something that we are prioritizing on our end to take forward. I think just to highlight, yes, we have an entire unit dedicated to evidence-based research, and this is, by the way, because of the insistence or the guidance rather from the committee. You'd recall that this is one of the things that the committee insisted that we should follow through on, so that we're able to prove impact in terms of the programs that we put forward. Sislangi, I'm not sure if you responded to the issue of the turnaround times. These are prescribed in terms of law, but of course they are dealt with in terms of individual cases depending on the nature of the case that is brought forward, but there are prescribed timeframes. I don't have them at the top of my hand, but certainly something that we can put forward to honorable members. On the issue of legal expenses that is being spent by the department, I think I would just need guidance whether that's the national department or that's the entire DSD portfolio, inclusive of our agencies and provinces. But this is public knowledge information that we can also make available to honorable members in that regard. I think I also just wanted to highlight that I think one of the members made mention of a case last year in terms of the non-payment of subsidies to ECDs. Just to remind honorable members that matter we took to the Supreme Court of Appeals, and we successfully defended and won that case accordingly. That's a matter that is now under the radar, but we've taken lessons from that process as we move forward. I wish provinces were in the meeting when one of the members indicated that provinces essentially report to the DG and to the minister insofar as accountability is concerned. I think it's an important issue, and that's why we often say in the committee that it's always useful to have provinces in some of these meetings, because a lot of the work takes place in the provincial levels. One of the things we've elevated together with the minister, and I think has been very useful, is this level of accountability and particularly governance structures like MINMEC to ensure that those are taking place and the issues that are being discussed are tuned to this aspect of accountability and reporting. I must say it's not an easy thing, because you know that MECs are appointed by premiers and subject to the provincial sort of processes, and by virtue of this being a concurrent function, the work that we do, a lot of the aspects being concurrent functions, sometimes it is a bit difficult, to move forward in that manner. But indeed, we continue to be accountable to this portfolio committee, and we continue to work with the provinces and our agencies to ensure that we hold them accountable as a national department, so that we can effectively be accountable to yourselves as the committee. I think the point around ensuring wider communication is certainly welcomed. That's an important aspect, and it ties in with the a wider consultation rather, and I think it ties in with the aspect of communication. I think honourable members have already indicated the level of responsiveness that we are as a department, and indeed a lot of our staff, often go home late, work on weekends, work late nights, etc. And essentially we are responsive to all queries that come into the organization. At least we do our best to do so. And we're on speed dial, available 24 hours a day, when honorable members reach out to us, and we're able to provide, responses and assistance accordingly in that regard. And we have an open door policy in our organization, and we're certainly willing to engage with Solidarity at their earliest convenience, so that we are able to take some of these matters forward, better understand the report, and ensure that we guide in terms of how we move forward. I must make this point though in closing, Honorable Chair. Ours is to ensure that we uphold the profession, and we do our best, we will do that to the best of our ability. We want to ensure that we actually encourage more people into the profession, because it's the kind of profession that is required in the country at this particular point in time, given the high levels of social ills that we face, the challenges that we face as a country in terms of social cohesion and a number of other areas. We think that social workers are very important to social service professions, are critical in assisting and addressing these challenges. What you do when you employ more social workers as opposed to employing more policemen is that you become proactive as opposed to becoming reactive. And what essentially social workers assist in doing is ensure that they assist in building not only cohesive societies, but they assist in ensuring that issues around social behavioral change are at the center and a core to ours as a developing country. And I think that if we were to use such research that has been put forward as a stepping stone, I suppose, to addressing some of the challenges that we have forward, we will certainly do so. As I said, we're welcoming to research, but it is very important that I highlight that we would do this provided that it is within the genuine spirit of uplifting the practice in a positive manner, of improvement, and in a progressive manner, and not only, but not rather with any other, sort of motives, because I think the people of our country are certainly more interested in systems that work, that are reliable, and that provide quality and dependable services. And this, I think, colleagues, should be something that should preoccupy us as government, working together with all sectors of society. We're all about improving service delivery and making sure that we do so within the confines of the law and within the context of working with all partners. And I think if that is the genuine spirit in which we engage, certainly as a department, that is something that we take forward, because we are trying to solve jointly for some of the challenges that we have. And that's the manner in which we take such matters. It's a progressive manner, and we certainly would welcome, deeper engagements to that end on this particular matter. Chair, let me leave it at that, with the hope that we've responded to all the queries that have been raised by honourable members, and indeed thank the committee once again for the opportunity to engage. We certainly want to just indicate that our doors open. We're happy to engage with Solidarity. As we're sitting here, I engaged with my colleagues in the province, in Gauteng in the main, and requested that we actually have a sit-down conversation with them together with Solidarity, so we can look at some of these matters with the view of trying to move forward and address them. So let me leave it at that, Chair, and thank honourable members once again for the inputs, questions, and indeed the proposals that have been put forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Linty. Let me check whether is there anything that we are leaving behind right now out of this presentation from the department.
Chair?
Hello?
Helga, I think the Solidarity would want to respond. Helga's hand is up, Chair. Elghat Kronje.
Helga?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We would just want to make use of the opportunity to give some closing remarks from our side, and maybe in that responding to some of the questions that were posed towards us. One of those, or let me start, I've written a small summary of the issues. As Solidarity, we've been approached by our members with several issues. We decided that we need further confirmation whether these issues are widespread or whether they were isolated cases. The qualitative research that we did identified certain themes that came from the participants in the research, which we then presented to this committee today. We are merely the voice of these concerned South Africans. We have tried engaging the department, but we're not successful, and then vented ourselves to this portfolio committee or the members of this committee. We are not using this as a bargaining council or a bargaining platform to bargain salaries on behalf of our members. We merely requested an audit and investigation into these concerns that were raised, and of them, one were salaries. But we are not using this as a bargaining council. Solidarity welcomes the invitation by the department to work with him, and we look forward to work closer with the council as well. Solidarity is not an organization that only complains. We are also trying to make a difference with regards to capacity building. We provide free CPD training to our members. We had 9 sessions during 2022. On average, between 60 to 100 people take part in that training at a time. And we are looking forward to rolling out 18 sessions during 2023. We are here to roll up our sleeves, to do the work to enable our members to be of better service to South Africans. In certain matters, they are dependent on the department, however, and we are merely requesting the department to ensure that it provides the support expected from it in terms of legislation. Thank you.
Hello, are you done? Hello.
Yes, Honourable Chair, I'm done.
Okay, you're done. Thank you ever so much for all the presentations and responses. We are not yet done with the agenda. There is still another item that is left out. Can we then proceed to the next item? What is the next item, Lindy?
Is the report from DSD on the National Plan Action for Children. Yeah, annual report.
Okay, that's the agenda, honorable members, that we have adopted. Can we then give over to the DSD?
No, thanks very much, Chair. You will forgive me. I seem to have misplaced my notes.
Okay, can we make sure that the Solidarity people are gone from the meeting?
I beg yours?
The Solidarity people, they're not part of this agenda item.
No.
Can we make sure that they've left? If Linda could check.
Who is
Maybe
talking
the,
now?
maybe the chairperson can officially recuse them.
Who is talking?
Which I was saying, let's ask the Solidarity people to leave.
We have thanked them. Sisi, give me an opportunity to check. We have thanked them, but the only thing that we haven't said is they are being released. I said, thank you ever so much for the presentation. I can repeat that. Thanks ever so much, Solidarity institution. At least we have come to an end of that presentation and we've indicated it. We are not done yet. We still have to continue interacting with it through the department, but you'll be informed of any other thing that might come up. Thanks ever so much. You are excused. Can we proceed to the next agenda? Over to you, DSD. I'm looking at the time. It means then we'll have to rush for this one because by 1 o'clock we are supposed to have done with this meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We'll try and be as swift as possible on this one. Essentially, we are presenting the annual report, and what we've done is we clubbed the 2020 and the 2021 reports of the National Plan of Action for Children. And this is, of course, the fourth iteration, which runs between 2019 and 2024, and we're essentially halfway through in the implementation of that report. I know it's not my space, Chair, but there is a number which keeps popping up on my screen. I think it's one of the people in the meeting. It's 511-76122. I'm not sure who that may be, but it just keeps popping up here. I'm not sure whether the person is trying to communicate with me or not. Chair, I don't know. 511-76122. It's part of the participants list.
Continue.
Chair?
Yes, Linton.
I was saying there's a number, there is a participant in the screen, which is 511-7612. It keeps popping up on the screen here by me. I'm not sure whether the person is trying to talk to me or not. I'm not sure who's the person. So I just wanted guidance on whether I can assist whoever that person may be. It's one of the
So why do you have to tell us about that? Because it's your personal phone that is doing that.
No, it's not my phone, Chair. It's in the meeting. I'm saying it's a participant in the meeting.
It's in the meeting. It's a participant. Carry on. If the participant wants to talk to you now, since we are in a meeting, there is a chat box that they will communicate with you through the chat box. Continue, LinkedIn.
Okay, that's fine, Chair. Thanks. Without wasting a lot of time, I think this presentation really talks to the achievements that we've made throughout the 2 years that we are talking to. And we know that children's issues are now being very high on the agenda, particularly as it relates to the care and protection of children. And it really talks to some of the work that we've done, including some of the interventions or gaps rather that we've seen may be problematic, and how we are solving for those and what sort of measures we've put in place to try and address those issues, working, of course, together with civil society and other sectors of society in addressing some of the challenges that we face. We've also always made sure that the voices of children are never drowned in any conversation that relates to children. So through our child ambassadors that we work very well with, we ensure that we include them in the participation of all issues pertaining to children. So I'm not going to waste a lot of time on that. I'll come in short towards the end of the presentation. I'll ask Ketani to do the bulk of the presentation. Ketani, we're going to run through it because we've said the presentation already.
Okay, thank you, DG. Good day, members of the Portfolio Committee. So in the In this presentation, we are outlining to the Portfolio Committee the annual report on the implementation of the National Plan of Action for Children. And then this plan, Chairperson, provides a holistic framework for the integration of all policies and plans that have been developed by government departments as well as civil society to promote the well-being of children. The NPAC is directly linked to government's priorities as well as the outcomes, and it also provides the mechanism to ensure that children are an integral part of these processes. So this plan also responds to the needs of children at the grassroots level, and as such has enabled departments to implement programs at scales. And we have done this especially with those programs that relate to prevention and early intervention, wherein we are able to reach up to 1.4 million children a year that we provide with a suite of core packages. We are also able to link the supply chain across government departments and private sector to address issues of food security insofar as children are concerned. We have noted some gaps in the social security, and as such, there is a new grant that has been proposed and is now in place that is targeting orphaned children, and we'll talk more on that later on. We are also setting a multi-sector strategies to address the problem, especially with regards to child killings. So this NPAC has really allowed us to make an investment case for children. Our government departments have been able to work together, to plan together with non-governmental organizations and children themselves to address additional pertinent issues. This include, as you will see in the plan, the scaling up of professional teacher development, which provided for teaching and reading as well as numeracy. We are able now to enroll more children with disabilities in appropriate formal education programs. We have been able, based on this plan, to provide and improve on the integrated management of childhood diseases. The initiative is led by the Department of Health. However, government departments are engaged in making sure that there is an integrated management of these diseases. So we have also provided a core package of social welfare interventions that include essential minimum psychosocial support and norms and standards for substance abuse, violence against women and children. Chair, you will note that we also implemented the RESIHA program, which is a program that built on resilience for children. And we were able to reach almost 200,000 children during the highest level of the lockdown, which we reached at their homes. Committee members, when we had an interaction with them previously, they were also interested in the matters around budgets. And as you see, the Departments of Education, Department of Health, Department of Social Development, these are the top 3 government departments insofar as services to children are concerned. And they also happen to be the departments that are highly funded. So children continue therefore to receive majority of the proportion of budgeted voted funds. But also we have noted that there is a projected decline at the real average in the annual rate would total up to 5.2%. It is an opportune time to note that the decline is not going to affect programs for children insofar as the fact that there has been investment in technology that is now allowing us to make savings and improve on the efficiencies that we assign to children. So, Chairperson, These annual reports, we find that they are very helpful because they allow us to focus on the outcome-based approach and strengthen the systems as we have them. Furthermore, we are able to improve the coordination response as well as achieve the shared goals that we have as government and civil society. We are able to take stock and provide baseline in respect of the implementation of these responsibilities. We are able to monitor the progress. We are also able to now provide data that speaks to children themselves, and it highlights our ability to account to oversight bodies. With the NPAC having been developed for 2019 to 2024, it comes at a time where there is a number of targets that had also been reached. If you look at the targets that were set to be achieved with regards to the National Development Plan. On the policy front, we have been able to develop child rights capacity building manuals that are assisting us to make sure that duty bearers receive correct training. We have also in the past managed to improve on the work around the Children's Act. Currently before the Parliament is the amendment of this Act. There's also been an amendment to the Marriage Act. There is now also a new policy that addresses teenage pregnancy. When it comes to mainstreaming services directed to children, there are also key achievements that we would like to highlight, especially around governance system, wherein we have been able to ensure statewide prioritization of children, especially with regards to equal development. We have improved the coordination through mainstreaming all responsible role players that are now being brought into the system, and we're able to map out the implementation challenges thereof. When it comes to advocacy, Chairperson, we have then also been able to link up with key stakeholders to implement various child rights advocacy programs, especially at local level, at civil society level. We have been able to fund NGOs that continue to teach and provide information that allow children to receive information about matters that pertain to them. Government is at an advanced stage wherein it would have a child rights advocacy strategy. This strategy would, of course, be utilized by different actors in the country, including government, civil society, traditional authorities, faith-based and religious organizations, private sector, politicians, and children themselves. The strategy will be used to advance their rights and their best interest. Insofar as the objective on institutional arrangements, Chairperson, we are happy to announce that, as you would see in the reports, that we are improving the institutional support and the capacity development. We have established partnerships wherein we are increasing the knowledge and awareness of the child rights governance system. There is now a secured high-level leadership of the national child rights governance agenda and the system itself. And because of these achievements, we are expecting to see improvements insofar as institutional matters for governing children are concerned. Insofar as monitoring and evaluation the rights of children, Chairperson, this year we managed to lodge to both the UN and the AU committees that are responsible for child rights. Last week, the state was in Geneva also to present the Universal Periodic Review. Earlier on this year, also the SDG report was submitted. So we are able to provide and source information pertaining to how the state is progressing insofar as the rights of children are concerned. So the office that is presenting the report has therefore the mandate to coordinate the statewide child rights planning, provisioning, and resourcing, and provide the technical support to the role players insofar as child rights are concerned. We are able, through these reports that we are presenting, to assess the progress we are making and the steps that we have taken to realize the rights of children. And as such, we therefore are able to share these findings with oversight structures such as Cabinet, Parliament, and the treaty bodies that are based in both in the UN and in the AU. So the key progress then towards achieving this reporting mandate, one is that we have then been able to adopt the child rights governance system, wherein there is provision of leadership towards the coordination, technical support, the monitoring, as well as the ongoing strengthening of the systems of the country. Chairperson, you will note that from 22 onward, we'll be able to, as the DG explained earlier, provide a more detailed evidence-based analytical child rights report on an annual basis. And these reports will be used across government to support and inform processes of ongoing national and sectoral strengthening of the systems. And in addition, it will be able to inform all periodic reports that we submit wherein we have the obligation to do so. It is fit, therefore, to mention that there are challenges that are impacting on our ability to fulfill this mandate, and they have to do mainly with human resources, the issues of capacity, as well as the need to improve on the budget. On our side, to address this, we have negotiated with our stakeholders, wherein there are savings that we are able to make short-term contracts so that we can get some of the technical work achieved. And we are partnering with developmental organizations such as UNICEF to make provisions in cases where work needs to be done. So with regards then to the 2020 report, this was our inaugural report, being the first report, and as such, it tended to be very introductory and provided a summary of the 2020 trends with regards to child rights, as well as their well-being. Its purpose was to analyze the existing data on the status of children and provide a report on the gains made and identify areas of capacity and gaps that needs to be addressed. The report also was able to use a rights-based approach whereby the achievement in the fulfillment of basic children's rights are acknowledged. The 2021 report is our second report that we concluded last year. This report presents the highlights for the financial year and looks at the key achievements in the realization of the children's rights, but it also outlines some of the gaps and challenges impacting on these. Critical to mention is that there are recommendations to address these gaps and challenges. The 2022 report we are currently working on will then provide a standard evidence-based child rights status report that would document the progress as well as the gaps and challenges as we move forward. So just the key highlights, Chairperson, which I'll run very quickly with regards to the 2020 report. Noting that children constitute almost a third of the population, so it makes it's critical that we attend to their own plight. Insofar as poverty is concerned, there is a lot that the report is pasting as the status of children, outlining some of the interventions to address poverty initiative, especially Chairperson, during the year 2020, which was also the year that we had COVID-19. The report outlines at length interventions by government to address poverty, intervention, especially the cash injections in the ECD area, but also insofar as the social grants were concerned. It also outlines that the social protection system has expanded dramatically in the past 15 years, in so much so that now we are able to reach about 18 million children. It outlines achievements with regards to child education, the quality of education thereof, especially noting that 58% of the no-fee schools now have a policy that is able to reach children in the country, and over 5 million learners do not pay school fees as we speak. The same goes for the National School Nutrition Program. This is a program, of course, that aims to provide to the poorest of children, and the report outlines the reach thereof. The report also outlines access to basic education between grades 1 and 9, especially looking at the age groups for children below that, and how government is reaching out to children between the ages 16 to 18. The report outlines work that government was able to achieve with about 52,000 ECD services being registered on Bangasali database. The training for professionals working with and for children received key attention, especially developments were made with regards to the Children's Act, the Trafficking in Persons Act, as well as the ongoing adoption of adoption services for the providers. The report notes the challenges around violence against children, and is also able to point what it is that is being done in that regard, especially with regards to the physical, the sexual, and the emotional aspects of the violence. The interventions also with regards to the National School Safety Framework, wherein measures have been put in place to make sure that children are and do feel safe when they are at school. They are also programs that are giving attention to children, especially the girls and the boys in the education movement, the GBEMs, and learners in schools are now encouraged to work together as equals to foster the respect of human dignity and their rights. Chairperson, we also have a 365-day program on child protection and the school campaign, including the school-based crime awareness programs, wherein police visit schools on a regular basis to teach them about crime awareness, but also their safety. There are programs, Chair, outlined in the report that speaks to care and protection. We have used statistics from Stats SA to highlight the plight, but also to highlight how SAPs have been moving to solve the cases that are before them. Also, the reports in 2020 highlights the progress that we have made with regards to the international regional obligations, especially with regards to the amendment of the Children's Act, the amendment or the work around marriage policy. Chair, we've also referred to the top-up grants, and that's also necessitated the enactment of the Social Assistance Amendment Act, also the Customary Initiation Bill, which is now an act. There's also the Cyber Crimes Act that creates as an offense now all the cyber crimes that children are exposed to when they are in the online spaces. As highlighted earlier on, the report highlights the work around COVID-19. I'm not going to dwell much in that, but it also highlighted how the state related to children insofar as the pandemic was concerned. What is key to mention, Chair, also is the issues around child participation, both at a theoretical level, but also we have improved the legal instruments wherein we are applying this principle of child participation. We have the National Children's Parliament in this regard. We have finalized a child participation framework that is able to assist other government departments to make sure that children participate in matters that deal with themselves. Then we move to the next report, the 2020 report. This is the structure that you see before you of the report. And well, if we jump to the section that looks at the governance, the coordination and the planning, Chair, the state again has been able to achieve the reporting. We managed to report to the UN on the SDGs. We managed to report also to the UNCRC on the rights of the Child's Charter, and we were able to make submissions to the report cards number 11 and 13 as they refer to children. Also at a continental level, we managed to, during the year 2021, submit to the AU Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of Children. And we are working currently on the SADC protocols. And we are reporting on a regular basis the progress that the state is making with regards to the National Development Plan, as well as the MTSF. Chair, these are the key government institutions that are working closely with children and the work that they provide. Section 3 focuses on the right to survival. What we have noted is that we have seen a rise in the registration and of births in the country. This has enabled the majority of children, therefore, to access the grants, but also an unintended reason is that the registration has improved because it is also one of the required documentation. We have seen the advances that the state has made with regards to access to housing. Now, almost 90% of children live in formal housing. 85% have access to water. 80% have access to sanitation. 85% of our children have access to electricity. So the right to survival progress is being made. But also we have seen a decline with regards to child-headed households, and mainly because of the investments that government is making, especially with regards to HIV and AIDS treatment. We have increased work around alternative care. We have also improved conditions for children who are living on the streets. The number remains high, and we are now working on clearer strategies to assist children who are working in the streets. With regards to fertility rates, this has been declining, but it's important to highlight that children have been part of the immunization programs with little access, though, to the COVID-19 immunization programs. There's a lot of work that has been done in the space of ECD, and access has improved from 21% to 32% over the period of the NPAC. And there is also a lot that is happening in the education and development area, as we have put. And I'm assuming that members have seen the presentation. And also there is a lot of work around the school infrastructure. The completion rates of the newly built schools have also been improving, and the response around COVID-19 is also highlighted therein. Chair, there is a lot of work that is happening in the space of children who are in conflict with the law. There were about 21,000 children that were killed during the period, and work is in progress to bring the perpetrators to book and make sure that cases are finalized. So we are taking and monitoring that work. We are also monitoring the work around violence against children. Especially, we are worried about the bullying that is happening in the online spaces. We are also worried about the children as they get assaulted. The cases are very high. And we are happy, though, that we have received first draft from subs on what it is that they are doing in this regard. And last week also, as you will see in the next report, we launched a study that is going to disrupt the supply chains and the harms that children are facing in this regard. With regards to the rights to care and protection, there is a lot of work happening in the space of child neglect and abuse. There is a lot of work around child trafficking and labor. This year, the nation hosted a global conference to address these matters. Children also continue to suffer the issues around alcohol and substance abuse. And we have therefore in that regard adopted key strategies that will assist in lowering that. Chair would recall that there were issues, especially earlier in the year, where a number of children found themselves perishing in this space. So government has now linked up with civil society to make sure that the issues around Enyobeni are not going to repeat themselves. And our report there for next year would highlight this particular issue. Also, Chair, the rights to participation. We have concluded, of course, the child participation framework. We have concluded the Children's Manifesto that was adopted by children at the National Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament. We also have child participation and human rights as an ongoing aspect of our work. The 2021 report continues to report on what is being done with regards to the impact of COVID-19 in all areas, specifically around residential care, around unemployment, around education, around healthcare, around mental care of children, especially who are affected insofar as increased anxiety and depression goes. But also children are now being provided for insofar as housing is concerned. There's a lot of work, Chair, that has happened with regards to food and social security, noting the social relief of distress grants that were provided and how these now continue to be provided for children. Also, the legal and the statutory protection of children who are at risk. There's a lot of work that the report outlines. There's work that has been done. There are also a number of positive impact of COVID-19 that the report highlights, especially around the economic reforms that are going to benefit children, including the reduction in gang violence, the digital solutions that are benefiting children. We have also seen reduction in road accidents that have claimed the number of lives due to alcohol during the COVID-19. And towards the end, Chair, we have noted that there are key programs that are being implemented and are summarized in this regard. The Department of Social Development has launched the RISIHA program. This program reviews has also, the department has also reviewed the white paper on families, strengthening therefore the policy work around strengthening of families. There's also a national household and nutrition plan that is coming into play. There is monitoring of the anti-gangsterism strategy. We are working also to review the guidelines for unaccompanied and separated children that come into the country. There's also continued commemoration of many days that relates to children, including the work around CHOMI, as well as You Only Live Once, which are the HIV and AIDS related programs. In the education sector, there are new initiatives that are launched during the year 2021 of the report that we are presenting, especially around the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. The work by Department of Health around the COVID-19 vaccination rollout targeting children, the work around Department of Employment and Labor, we've referred to the legislation that Department of Justice and Constitutional Development is spearheading, the work by Home Affairs around the marriage policy, as well as the role that police are now playing in reducing the family violence, including child protection and sexual violence offenses. Chair, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the presidency continues to monitor the NDP targets for children as well as the NTSF work. We continue to analyze the key trends, especially around the poor and the marginalized. We continue to look out for the non-nuclear families because the structure of families has been changing. We continue to look and monitor around the orphaned children. We continue to look at the gender-based violence and how it's affecting the girl child, as well as the healthcare services and their access to education. We have focused also, Chair, on the children with disabilities, especially their experiences insofar as education is concerned. We have also looked at the lack of coordination around the advocacy strategy and hence the need to finalize a new strategy to advocate for the plight of children, as well as the need to hear the voices of children. Some of the key development also in the fora of the international, continental and regional frameworks. We are also working to integrate children in the district development model to make sure that children are also taken care of, including the active civil society. We are noting the need for civil society to be more involved insofar as children are concerned. The last section looks at the monitoring and evaluation. During the year 2021, government launched a government-wide monitoring and evaluation framework. And in that framework, we're very pleased to note that children feature strongly. And there is also progress in the attainment of child rights. Also, again, in 2021, there was work around the SDGs, which is an annual work. We're also working with the African Community of Experts, wherein we have started to implement their recommendations. We continue also to monitor the work around the NDP. Chair, the last section deals with the recommendations. There are a number of recommendations that the annual reports provide in those areas that you see reflected there. There are cross-cutting recommendations across all sectors. When we map, therefore, the way forward, you would note that moving forward, we are now looking especially to make sure that we improve the manner in which we report, and especially around and interlayer the stakeholders, including Parliament, the Cabinet, the Presidency, and line departments. We also continue to just highlight as we conclude that the 2022 annual report, which we are working on, is going to be evidence-based analytical report, and it's going to establish a national child rights governance system as a core, and will also be nurturing the care and protection of all children. We are also focusing on the interrelated social, economic, civil, and the political rights of children. So the focus is not just going to be only on the social and the economic, but this report will look at the civil and the political rights of children. So what we have done, Chair, is to provide the structure of the report for 2022, and when we come, you'll be able to note what it is that you'll be able to expect. So our recommendations, therefore, to the Portfolio Committee is that the committee notes the key progress that has been made. They also note the challenges and areas of slow progress, but they also review the implementation plans that are there to improve those areas of slow progress, because these reports have provided this as part of the recommendations. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you, Teacher.
No, thanks very much, Kitali, for the presentation and the Google of the screen. So, Honorable Chair, I think that brings us to the end. You would have noted the work in progress, Honorable Chair, that we have embarked upon, and in terms of the improvement plans in those areas where we need to better respond to the areas affecting children. And of course, we've also drawn in relevant stakeholders to this end. We've improved or rather upscaled a number of our programs, particularly family and community-based programs, in response to some of the challenges that are faced by children, and in terms of trying to ensure that we upscale, I suppose, our work that we do in terms of the protection and care of children. And of course, we continue to look at those areas where we've succeeded and done well, and we've elevated those areas, and learn from those and take those forward, including putting in place, as I indicated, improvement plans where there are challenges that we continue to face. And we really try and make sure that provinces are aware of the challenges that come to our attention, and ensure that they're able to address them as swiftly as possible. I must say, though, lastly, that there is an aspect of dependencies that we have on other sectors, like the justice cluster, for example, where we also sit, we are effectively trying to engage with the cluster and other sectors of society to work with us in the care and protection. Unfortunately, there's some areas where there are dependencies, as I indicated, and in some of those areas, for example, Ketani may have mentioned, we're trying to make sure that we have a sort of seamless data sharing agreement with the rest of government, particularly when it comes to what we call an integrated justice system, where we must be able to have a single view of people, particularly perpetrators of crimes against children in the main. We're able to detect that already. We have solid data sharing agreements with a number of departments and institutions, and we're improving on that so that we have a better sense and we're able to track some of these challenges that happen on a regular basis. But let me leave it at that, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present. I suppose we'll hand over back to you now, Honourable Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm looking at the time now, because already it's past 1, and our meeting is supposed to be finished at 1. Can I request to honourable members, since they have noted all the concerns and questions, can we defer their questions to the next meeting and put them as priority in the next agenda because of time. Honorable members, what do you say on that one? Because we have to put our minds on this, and it is not a short presentation itself, which one needs to consider it and look at it and put his or her mind on it.
Chairperson, it's
Honorable Alex.
Chairperson, I just
Alexandra and also Honorable Letitia. Yes.
Chairperson, I just would like clarity. So are you asking us to submit our questions in writing and then the department will come prepared with all the answers at our next meeting? Is that what the proposal is?
Yes, I'm proposing that because we've got lots and lots of questions. We need some clarification on other issues. Letitia, what are you saying?
No, if that is the case, then I'm comfortable to do that in writing and then the department in the
Then
next
we
meeting.
would like them to respond in the next meeting. Yes, okay, thank you. It's seconded. Can we then, if it's the case, thank the acting DG, acting DG and the officials of the department, and we are saying that it's not lost, but it's gonna be as if it's fresh when it's fresh in the next meeting. So please get ready for us to answer the questions. Thank you ever
Chair?
so much. Let's hello.
Chairperson?
Hello.
I don't know whether you we can just try to explain the next week's agenda item, because I've just sent out the notice of the meeting for next week, and just to indicate from members that there were 2 referrals. Chair.
The OH number is not with me then, not unless we do it.
So what do you suggest? Do you suggest that we have
I just want to inform members. There were 2 referrals, Chair and members. The one for the independent tribunal appeals for the social assistant, the one that the committee made recommendations that the minister, after consultation, must come to Parliament with the names. So there was a letter from the minister requesting that the joint committee, select committee, must look at the names for concurrence. So next week we prioritize that in consultation with the chairperson, and also members, the Children's Amendment Bill, the NCOP passed it yesterday, but they were technical amendments. So in terms of the rules of Parliament, when there is a little bit of amendment, it's a different version, it must come back to the NA for concurrence on those amendments. I'm going to send you the D version as well as the C version, which is the amendment from the NCOP. So on that meeting next week, we need also to look at the amendments to concur with them. It's either we concur, just for concurrence purposes, and then so that it can be scheduled for debate, and also look at the minutes as well as the responses from the department when I get the answers. So I just wanted to inform the members not to see a different notice of the meeting. With regard to the regulations, due to the time constraints, looking at the 2 critical agenda items, we can advise with it that we can defer that agenda to early next year. Thank you very much, members and chairperson.
Can I ask what time are we starting the meeting? Because we have to have 30 minutes of our time from that. Even if we start early, if the meeting starts at 9:30 and then we start at 9, we start with these answers and questions, and then.
Chair, I've arranged the meeting for 9 o'clock with the NCOP. As a select committee will start at 9 o'clock, and then I think it's got about 1.5 hours. We can still have time.
Can we then
can you send them the message for us, only us, and the department for 8:30 on that day? Just 30 minutes. Is it possible to do that?
Yes, Chair, if the members agree, I can open the link for I can make the meeting schedule for meeting for 8:30. And then hoping that by 9 o'clock, when the select committee joins, we will be done. That's the risky part of it, to start with it.
Yeah, understanding the importance of this meeting for next week, really. But even this one is so important to such an extent that I'm requesting the honorable members to start at 8:30 or to log in at 8:30 next Wednesday. And then 30 minutes will be enough, honorable members, especially if the questions will be sent to the department prior so that they prepare the answers and the clarities. Can we agree on that, honorable members?
Agreed. Chair.
Agreed. Second.
No, agreed.
Okay.
I agree.
Let's write. Yeah, let's write these questions. Let's put our head on this presentation, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you ever so much. The meeting has adjourned. I have to join another meeting at 1 o'clock. Thanks ever so much for everyone. It was not an easy meeting. I underestimated it, but it is also important to finish these issues and items because we are having a very tight program starting from next week. Thank you ever so much. The meeting has adjourned. Love you all.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.